It's game day and executive committee meeting day. Both are equally exciting, equally of excitement today. We'll call this meeting to order, and at this time I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as the Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Iska, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I will start with a roll call. Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Elliott.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning. Councillor Parmar, I think, is here.
Good morning.
Councillor Parmar is here, and we're going to make sure she hopefully doesn't have to speak too much. She doesn't have a voice, so if Councillor Parmar has questions, feel free to put them in the chat. We'll be flexible on giving you a round, but people can ask them on your behalf if you don't want to say things out loud to rest your voice. And finally, Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning. Next, before we consider today's agenda, I'll ask all members of council present if they have, before I do that, I'm just going to confirm who else we have from council. Councillor Stevenson is here.
Good morning.
Good morning. Your voice is back, so great to hear from you. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning. Oh, Councillor Rutherford's here in the room.
Morning.
Good morning, and I think we got everyone so far. Fantastic. So before we consider today's agenda, I'll ask all members of council present if they have any pecuniary or conflicts of interest to declare regarding any of the items to be discussed. A pecuniary interest exists when an item can monetarily affect a member of council, their employer, or family member, and a conflict of interest exists when an item could affect a private interest of a member of council, their employer, or family member. Do any members of council have a pecuniary or conflict of interest to declare? Hearing none, we'll move on to the adoption of the agenda. Councillor Tan?
I will move the adoption of the agenda for today.
Fantastic. Thank you. Any questions on that? Seeing none, please vote.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador? We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 5-0. Next, approval of the minutes. Councillor Salvador.
Yep. I'll move approval of the minutes from the March 26, 2026 Executive Committee meeting and the April 14th, 2026 Executive Committee non-regular meeting.
Thank you. Any questions, errors, or omissions? Not seeing any, please vote on approval of those minutes.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 5-0. Next are the council protocol recognition items, and I have two today, and so I'll start with the protocol item for Earth Day. So let's take a moment to recognize that today is Earth Day. On this day each year, we celebrate our planet and recognize the importance of a healthy and strong natural environment for sustaining life in all its forms. Edmonton is home to a beautiful river valley, parks, trails, ravines, wetlands, and sanctuaries that make it a great place to live and experience the beauty of nature. As well, our region has long been a leader in energy innovation and climate action. At the City of Edmonton, we're working alongside industry, nonprofits, and communities to build a more sustainable and resilient city. We're doing so by reducing greenhouse gas emissions, planting trees, and preserving natural areas, and empowering residents and businesses to minimize their ecological and carbon footprint. It's everyone's responsibility to care for our planet and to do their best to mitigate the effects of climate change. Protecting our environment is about expanding our knowledge, learning how to live in a healthy ecosystem, and making changes in how we live. We know that even small changes can make a big difference. When residents choose greener options such as public and active transportation and reducing their waste and energy usage, these small decisions come together to make a large impact. Edmontonians are passionate about helping our natural areas flourish. 8 in 10 Edmontonians believe that climate change impacts can be reduced if people work together on solutions. And so this Earth Day, let's recommit to creating a resilient and prosperous region where residents can enjoy a healthy environment for generations to come. And our final protocol item today is about National Volunteer Week, which I think is a great item because we're about to chat with groups who volunteer a lot of time too. So let's start by acknowledging that we are halfway through National Volunteer Week, a nationwide celebration that recognizes and promotes volunteerism across Canada. This year's theme, Ignite Volunteerism, invites Canadians to reconnect with their communities through acts of service, civic action, and mutual support. People who donate their time can learn new skills, meet new friends, and make a meaningful difference in the community and the lives of their neighbors. Volunteering not only benefits the recipients, but it also gives volunteers the power to affect the success of many initiatives. So the City of Edmonton is proud to offer a plethora of opportunities, from seasonal programs like Capital City Cleanup and Root for Trees, to attraction opportunities like the Edmonton Valley Zoo and Fort Edmonton Park. And to date, 94 park spaces have been made more beautiful, and over 6,000 volunteers have picked up litter where they live, work, and play, leading to a 25% decrease in small litter since 2009. We have 12,000 victims who were supported through volunteers with the Edmonton Police Service. And each year, we support a number of different agencies that do incredible work in the city. The City of Edmonton has over 15,000 volunteers and 1,000 youth leadership volunteers in registered programs, contributing to over 200,000 hours. Through the Family and Community Support Services, FCSS funding, which are community volunteers appointed by Council, 2025 saw reported 4,913 program volunteers who provided 218,880 hours of support, providing an impact valued at $4.8 million. So on behalf of City Council and the people of Edmonton, I extend my deepest gratitude and appreciation to our volunteers. Without your support, we would not be able to continue with programs that Edmontonians have come to love and rely on. And I encourage everyone to take time this week to share your appreciation for the volunteers who have had a positive impact on your life. Thank you very much. And those will be our protocol items. So next will be selection of items for debate. So feel free to click on the board to select items for debate. Councillor Tang?
7172, please.
7-1 and
Oh,
7.
actually, Councillor Elliott was on the board before me.
No, your name popped up first on the list, but you've selected 7172. Councillor Elliott?
I was going to select the same ones.
Oh, very good. Excellent. Wonderful. Not seeing anyone else on the board, I'll take a motion to approve all remaining items.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Salvador. Please vote to approve all the remaining items. It's coming here. E-Scribe's moving a little slow. There it is.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 5-0. Fantastic. Madam Clerk, do you want to review what we've approved?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Executive Committee has approved the recommendations in the following reports without debate. Item 5.1, Edmonton's Economic Development Agency's review with an approved revised due date of June 10, 2026. Policy C216C, Storefront Improvement Program, policy updates, approved revised due date of September 23, 2026. Corporate and Reputation Strategy with an approved revised due date of October 21st, 2026. Fort Road Business Improvement Area Strategy with an approved revised due date of first quarter 2027. 7.3 Single Source Request Industrial Scientific Canada ULC, and 7.4 Bylaw 21436 to designate the Barker-Mirren residence as a municipal historic resource for council approval.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Next, we're going to move on to request to speak. Councillor Tang?
I'll move that Executive Committee hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate on 7.1, compliance of contracted service providers with living wage requirements, annual report 2025. We have Jen Casorso from End Poverty Edmonton, remote, on item 7.2, below market sale of a portion of Athlone Park, Africa Center, Abdoulaye Berry from Africa Center, Edna Wakene, Africa Center, Noura Badir, Africa Center, Salman Yamaego, Campus Call, Gregory Davis, Patrick Chiarero, Edmonton African Fellowship Seventh-day Adventist Church, DJ Barenda, Aromian Community Association of Northern Alberta, Andrew Owusu, Africa Center, Lavar Sel, The Nod, Cormirel Isadore from Kayanu, Tiffany Shaw, Africa Center, and Anthony Agbonkes, Africa Center.
Thank you very much. Please vote to hear from those speakers and panelists. When appropriate. Thank you.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 5-0. Next is request for items for time specific on the agenda. There is a request to have 7.2 as the first item of business. I'll happily take a motion for that.
So move.
Moved by Councillor Elliott. Any questions on that? Not seeing any. Please vote on making that first item of business.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 5-0. So since there are only two items, the order of operations here, we're going to be doing the below market sale item for Athlone Park for Africa Center. That's first, and then we'll be moving to 7.1, which is the living wage annual reports 2025. So, but we'll bring down the contingent from city administration for item 7.2. And as they get settled in, I'll just go over this for all of our public speakers. So first we'll just do a bit of the process here. And so how this will work is for each item, administration will provide opening remarks or a presentation. And then members of the public that have been approved to speak will then be invited to make their presentations. Speakers will be heard in panels, and there will be numbers right over there where you'll be coming down once we call down our speakers. So speakers will be heard in panels, and each speaker will have 5 minutes to present. The clerk will run the official timer in the meeting room, and it will be displayed in the virtual meeting. There's a podium that's going to be close to visible for everyone in the panel there. The green light will be on for the first 4 minutes. Yellow will turn on when there's 1 minute left, and when it flashes red, your 5 minutes are up. And since we have a lot of speakers, and even just normally, folks know I'm quite strict on the time, so I will respectfully cut you off right at the 5 minute mark. If you keep talking, I will cut you off. So make sure your remarks are tight and in that 5 minutes. And once everyone in the panel has had a chance to present, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. And so for that reason, we would ask that you remain here in the meeting in your seat there until all questions have been asked of your panel. And if you are participating virtually, as there might be some guests who are online virtually, please make sure you have your microphone muted when you're not speaking. And if you are experiencing any technical difficulties online, please reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation or registration, or you can email them directly at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. For those in person who will be speaking, city staff will guide you to your seat when it's time for your panel. And then I'll go over expectations right after we get our presentation here. So as we're getting folks settled in, I'll go over the expectations of our public speakers. But first, we'll turn it over to our administration for a presentation on this item.
Good morning, Mayor Knack and Executive Committee. I'm Bart Jiraki. I'm the Director of the Property Transactions Team within the Real Estate Branch. Here with me today are Stacey Glatley, Branch Manager of Social Development, Royce Carey with the Property Sales Team in the Real Estate Branch, Ingrid Hugenboom, Manager of Partnerships and Strategic Initiatives for Community Services and Administration's Liaison with the Africa Center, and joining remotely as well as Chris Hodgson, Branch Manager of the Real Estate Team. We are here today seeking approval on the terms and conditions of the below-market land sale to the Africa Center for the proposed development of the African Multicultural Community Center, the AMCC, and direction on the replenishment of the Parkland Purchase Reserve account related to the 1.2 hectare sale of a portion of Athlone Park. Next slide, please. To begin, and as a courtesy reminder, we are here in response to the motion shown on this slide. The motion directed administration to negotiate a nominal value sale to the advancement of African Canadians in Alberta, referred to hereafter as Africa Center, while also providing additional information to support Executive Committee as it makes a decision on the matter. The information found in the report has been provided by the Africa Center to answer the different parts of the motion. As the Africa Center is not part of the delegation, we encourage Executive Committee to pose questions related to the operating model, governance structure, letters of support from other organizations and capital funding strategy, and all those directly to the Africa Center after their presentations. Administration's review of the information provided by the Africa Center has been summarized in the report. However, we'll highlight some aspects in the presentation here today. I'll now pass it over to Stacey Galatly to refresh Council on the history associated with the proposed development.
Good morning, Council. To ground today's discussion, we want to highlight the 20-year collaboration between the City and Africa Center. This relationship is grounded in a shared commitment to supporting Edmonton's diverse African, Caribbean, and Black communities. The City's commitment to addressing anti-Black racism, as seen in Council's 2022 proclamation and reaffirmation of support for the UN Decade of People of African Descent and the Anti-Black Racism Action Plan, further underscores the significance of this project. Africa Center operates with a broad mandate, serving over 20,000 individuals annually, and it acts as a vital connector between municipal government and the community on issues like safety, arts, sport, and housing. They've demonstrated significant organizational growth and diversified their funding base, proving that they are proactively building the capacity to manage a project of this scale. Initially, the City envisioned providing a space for Africa Center, later acquiring the Athlone site in 2015 for a City-developed AMCC along with other civic amenities. The project concept has since evolved, with the current option being land sale to facilitate an independently owned and operated community hub for Edmonton's diverse African, Caribbean, and Black communities, a place for cultural expression, social services, and community development. And I'll pass it over to Bart.
Next slide, please. Sorry. Perfect. In alignment with the motion, administration has negotiated a sale agreement with Africa Center and is recommending approval of a nominal value sale based on the terms provided in the report. Land is the City's primary contribution to this project, and securing the land title allows Africa Center to apply for provincial, federal, and philanthropic capital grants. To protect the City's interest and timely advancement of the project, administration and Africa Center have agreed to various sale conditions. First, to ensure the project is financially viable before the land actually changes hands, we have agreed to a condition precedent that the Africa Center must confirm at least 7% of their total capital funding before closing. Second, we have included a 5-year buyback clause. Africa Center will have 5 years after the closing date to secure the remaining funds and commence construction. If Africa Center is unable to do so, the City has the right to buy the land back for $1. Finally, because this land represents a significant municipal subsidy, it will be tied to a long-term public benefit agreement. This public benefit agreement, which is still to be finalized, will ensure the City receives ongoing annual reporting on the social return on its investment. Specifically, that the proposed facility remains highly accessible to the public, provides culturally relevant childcare and community spaces, and maintains inclusive governance for decades to come. Next slide, please.
Over the next few slides, we'll highlight Africa Center's responses to the outstanding questions outlined within the motion, inclusive of administration's comments. Administration has thoroughly reviewed the updated operating model to understand the underlying assumptions and risks. On the expense side, the model now prudently includes traditional debt servicing and dedicated lines for facility maintenance. On the revenue side, there are a few notable risks. The model relies on ongoing grant revenue, which if it does not materialize can result in the facility not being self-sufficient. In addition, the proposed commercial lease rates, although independently reviewed, appear to be on the higher end than typical rates. Finally, the projected annual endowment fund revenue may be optimistic unless further funds are invested. To address some of these risks, Africa Centre will be the anchor tenant to stabilize the facility. They will use shared administrative capacity and look to keep administrative support fees low. They will also use a phased staffing approach and scalable hours of operation to manage their operating costs. Overall, we note that Africa Centre has a consistent history of net positive operations and has built a substantial cash reserve. This reserve serves as a critical buffer to offset potential years of lower grant revenue, making the operational mitigations acceptable to administration. The financial audited statements of the organization do not result in any red flags or major concerns, but they will need to continue to review revenues and expenses to ensure the new facility can be financially self-sufficient. Next slide, please.
Regarding evidence of a diverse governance structure and demonstrated support from the broader community, administration is pleased to report that Africa Centre has met these expectations. To manage this project, Africa Centre Board has established a dedicated AMCC committee. They have provided a clear governance framework that ensures this committee will not be insular. It explicitly mandates representation from the diverse African, Caribbean, and Black communities across Edmonton. Furthermore, to ensure the facility integrates well into its local context, the governance structure guarantees seats at the table for residents of the Athlone neighborhood. In terms of community buy-in, administration has received and reviewed a package of support letters. These letters come from a wide variety of organizations, proving that this project has the backing of the diverse communities it is intended to serve. Finally, to ensure this commitment to inclusive governance remains in place for the lifetime of the facility, these representation requirements will be binding conditions within the long-term public benefit agreement. Next slide, please. The motion also requested a clear capital funding strategy to understand how Africa Centre plans to finance the facility's construction. Africa Centre has laid out an ambitious timeline targeting 36 months from the start of their capital campaign through to the end of construction. To reach their capital targets, they are not relying solely on private philanthropy. Instead, they have identified a pathway using stackable government grants. Specifically, they are targeting major programs like the Green and Inclusive Community Buildings Program, the National Housing Co-Investment Fund, and the Canada Culture Spaces Fund. Together, these programs have the capacity to cover the majority of the required capital if approved. However, Africa Centre has stated that none of these funding bodies will formally commit capital until they can prove they have site control. Approving this land sale agreement today provides a commitment from the city and the catalyst they need to apply for these funds. That said, the city will have a 5-year buyback clause, which provides a longer timeline for development commencement. I'll pass it back to Bart.
The final requirement of the motion was to provide options to replenish the Parkland Purchase Reserve Account, or the PPRA, if the land is sold. It is important to note that if the PPRA is not replenished, this will impact administration's ability to respond to land acquisition opportunities within the River Valley. Administration is recommending that $2.7 million be returned to the PPRA funding reserve to replenish it, accounting for the original $1.5 million drawn from the reserve in 2015, plus accrued interest to the end of 2025. That said, the options available for consideration are noted on the slide. A decision from council in the form of a motion is required to determine the funding source, as there are implications on any path taken. Questions related to this item may be recommended to be answered in private. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. We're pleased to answer any questions after the speakers.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And so next, we have one additional registration, I believe. Somebody has added the name to register to speak. We have the name somewhere?
Yes, Mr. Chair. It is Vanessa C. Danjuma in person.
Thank you. And do I have a motion to approve that additional speaker? Councillor
moved.
Salvador's moved that. Please vote to hear from that additional speaker.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 5-0. Fantastic. So now we have our list of speakers. And so we're going to call you down. Let's see. Abdoulaye Berry, come down to speaker number 1. Come on down. Edna is going to be next. Noura will be our 3rd speaker. Salaman is our 4th speaker. Gregory is our 5th. Patrick Chiriro is number 6. DJ is number 7 from the Aromian community. Number 8 is Andrew Owusu. Number 9, Lavar Sol. Number 10, Cormiel Isidore. Number 10. Number 11 is Tiffany Shaw. Number 12, Anthony. And number 13 was our newly approved speaker, who I think I already forgot, Vanessa Danjuma. Please come on down. And for those virtually, sorry, I was just reading the names. I realized we have a couple virtual on this list. Andrew Owusu is virtual. I see their name on the list, and they're already there. So are you here? Can you hear us, Andrew?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Okay, good. You're number 8, but I just want to make sure you could hear us. And I think Anthony was number 12. You can hear us as well?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then I think finally was Vanessa in person? Yes. And there we go. Perfect. Okay, so just the 2 remote, everyone else. Oh, and there might be some other ones that aren't in their seats yet that might be virtual. So we'll just go through the list as we go. Wonderful. Okay, so as I think most folks are getting settled in their seats here. I think they're getting everyone. I'll just give everyone a quick moment to get settled in. Perfect. So just before we start hearing from speakers, I want to go through a couple of things here. I want to make sure we share my expectations for the conduct of everyone participating to ensure a safe and inclusive environment and workplace. And these expectations apply to both in-person and virtual attendees. Of course, hearing from the public is an important part of Council's process, so we know the full diversity of opinions that exists in our community. As meeting chair, my role is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure behaviors support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for my colleagues, for city employees, and all of you here as the public. So disrespectful comments, including those directed at individual staff members or other speakers, profane language or gestures and behaviors such as shouting, cheering, or clapping, or political campaigning will not be tolerated. The only exception to clapping is that if we get our City Hall School that they come in, we always welcome City Hall School and we'll always give them a round of applause, but no other applause. Even if you love what's being said, you can nod vigorously, but we keep it neutral in this space here. For those online, we want to just remind you, please don't use the raise hand feature, the chat, the emoticon response, or any AI note-taking tools. Those are not permitted. And I would, if anyone wasn't following that, we would direct the clerk to have security remove anyone violating those expectations. So I'll not provide any additional warnings. Once removed, any person would not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. All of our meetings are live streamed online, and everyone is welcome to watch online. So with that, I am very excited to go through our list of speakers. We have many of you, and so as mentioned, 5 minutes. Most of you can see the podium right there. There will be a timer up on the screen as well, so lots of ways to keep track of the time. And of course, I'll get you right at the 5-minute mark if we need to there. So without further ado, let's go to our first speaker. Please go ahead. Mr. Barry, thanks for being here.
Good morning, Honorable Mayor Knack, Executive Council, and distinguished members of our community. Building on the foundation of the City of Edmonton admin, I would like to focus on 2 vital important questions. The first one is, who is Africa Center? And the second is, what is the meaningful work we do in Edmonton? Talking about who we are an organization with a vision for unity. In fact, Africa Center stands as the largest Pan-African organization in Western Canada. Established in 2006, we have matured over 20 years into a strong visionary organization to focus on economic development, integration, and mutual support. Our vision is relevant and engaged African descent community in Alberta, And our mission is to ensure every member has the opportunity for full participation in our province. To understand our reach, we define African descent inclusively. It encompasses people from all 55 African nations, the African Caribbean community, and the Black of North America. That include our kids, our children born in Canada. Now, talking about our core work, we serve as a vital bridge of our community. Our work is built on three pillars. Number one is direct service delivery to community. Number two, systemic advocacy. And the third one is collaborative policy change with all levels of government. We currently have operating 9 culturally sensitive programs tailored specifically for youth, senior, women, and direct support to community. This includes mental health support, the Supporting Black Canadian Community Initiative we call SBCCI, and specialized scholarship to ensure our youth can access higher and relevant education. Primarily, our work is meticulously aligned with the City of Edmonton priorities, which is 3 out of 4 provincial immigration strategies and the federal government GBA Plus policies. In terms of impact, Africa Center has proven through real-world results. In fact, we have broad reach of over 220,000 people served annually. We have 6,300 active program participants. In terms of essential services, we provided 1,629 counseling sessions, 700 tax return filed, and 79 scholarship totaling $74,000. We also empower economically and socially. For example, we dispersed $13.5 million to 470 Black-led organizations through our SBCCI program. The heart of this impact is best captured by one of our youth participants. She said, quote, "The program gives me the space to truly express my emotion that I don't feel as comfortable sharing with other staff within my school. I believe this program, as well as my school's Black Students Association, helped me enjoy school to its fullest and make me want to come every day." To conclude, I would like to conclude with the proven financial stewardship. African Center has a vision backed by institutional strength. African Center has grown over the 20 years exponentially. For instance, over the last 5 years, we have managed a total of $42 million. Today, we run an 11 million plus program portfolio and have doubled our revenue in just the last 24 months. We maintain a healthy reserve of approximately $1 million, and our 2025 audited statement confirms a surplus of $200,000. We have a projected operational cost revenue of $1.44 million for the AMCC project, surpassing the $1.45 million expenses. So we are ready to sustain this project in the long term. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to a more inclusive Edmonton. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Edna, thank you for being here. Please go ahead. You've got your 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mayor Knack and councillors. My name is Edna Wakini, and I'm the board chair of the Africa Center. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm here to ask for your support in securing land for the African Multicultural Community Center, or otherwise known as the MCC. This is not a new ask. It's a mature project refined over years and now ready for action. We were before you at a public hearing last year. Since then, we have continued to refine the model, strengthen partnerships, and advance the work. What we're asking today is the next step to move this project forward. Mayor and councillors, the MCC is fundamentally an economic development engine. It supports business growth and investment by providing programming and commercial space for entrepreneurs, supporting startups and scaling businesses. We already have a strong track record, over 2,000 entrepreneurs trained, and more than 215 businesses supported since 2021. The MCC will provide office space, programming, and a full ecosystem for Black-led firms, anchored by dedicated tenants within a sustainable commercial model. It further leveraged arts, sports, tourism, just as we are currently doing, hosting large-scale events such as the Africa Day Gala, cultural festivals, and sports tournaments that bring people together and contribute to the local economy. And finally, it creates employment through construction, operations, programming, and tenant activity. The MCC aligns strongly with your growth management priorities. It represents strategic infrastructure development, transforming underutilized land into a 1.2 hectare site with a 45,000 square foot community facility. It demonstrates fiscal responsibility, just as is evidenced in our management of $42 million annual revenue in the past 5 years. This is an approximately $54 million project that is largely externally funded. The city's contribution through land unlocks the broader investment. It also supports strategic, community-led growth built on 20 years of partnership with the City of Edmonton. And it contributes to redevelopment and growth by creating a mixed-use hub that integrates commercial, social, and community functions. The MCC is as well a community safety investment. It creates safe, inclusive, and culturally appropriate spaces at scale. It supports violence prevention through youth programming, mental health services, and legal support that address root causes and not just symptoms. Today, we already engage more than 900 youth annually through these services. Importantly, it aligns with the city's anti-racism and community safety strategies through an integrated model of care. And in addition, it reduces fragmentation of services and social isolation by bringing supports into a one coordinated hub. The MCC will significantly enhance service delivery in Edmonton. It makes services more responsive and accessible, allowing us to scale from approximately 20,000 to 45,000 annual interactions. It introduces innovation through a hybrid model that combines revenue generation with social services, ensuring long-term sustainability. And it contributes to civic pride as the first major Pan-African cultural and community hub in Edmonton. The MCC advances livability and affordability. It includes childcare, affordable housing elements, and accessible programming that support families and reduce barriers. And it is relationship-driven, built on a 2-decade partnership with the city and strong collaboration across community and multiple levels of government. Mayor and councillors, our request is clear. We're seeking your support in securing land for this project through the arrangement that is proposed. Land is the catalyst. It is what allows us to unlock the full capital stack and move forward. This is not a new idea. It's a well-thought project built over years and positioned for implementation. With your support, we can build a lasting asset that strengthens Edmonton for generations to come. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, Noura Badr. Good to see you. Thanks for coming.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. My name is Noura Badr. I have been an Edmontonian for 39 years, born and raised here. I've served on the AC Board of Directors for almost 6 years, and I am chair of the current AMCC Capital Project Committee. I have 4 points to share today: a quick history of the project committee, a risk mitigation highlight, an overview of the capital funding strategy, and some shared commitments. The current committee includes all AC board members, plus the ED. The committee has multiple subcommittees planned, including engagement, communications, and capital campaigning. We plan to open these to the public once the land title is signed. We cannot have these decision-making tables without securing the land and ensuring a strong foundation. In 23-25, there was a previous joint steering committee that included AC leadership, board, and city departments. Together, we drafted, scored, and contracted respected consultancy firms to complete engagement and business casework. We are an experienced, connected, and committed group. Members here have spearheaded municipal engagements like the 118th Avenue revitalization. We've supported capital build of a Francophone school. And I also bring experience securing over $55 million in capital grants for another nonprofit here in Edmonton. We also have Sam Obo and Vivian Manask, partial writers of the business cases and fellows of the Royal Architectural Institute of Canada, highlighting the expertise brought to this project over the last 12 years. Since the last Executive Council meetings, engagement has included a gala with over 500 attendees with a space for direct feedback on the project, our annual soccer tournament, town halls, online sessions, and ongoing one-on-one discussions and Q&As. There are two major risks I will address today, community connection and the financial side. We are committed to serving Edmontonians, those that have been with us from the beginning, and the emerging communities coming here every day. We do want to do this in a way that supports these communities in all of Edmonton. We have many planned sessions and opportunities for subcommittee involvement where decisions will be made and ensure that voices can be heard in the intentional work and decisions. AMCC's broad goals to serve all peoples of African descent are central to the project. Africa Centre, like an African mother, has arms wide open. We are committed to welcoming all people into this space and into the transformative work ahead. This land sale should be seen as just an administrative task that has now taken 13 years to finalize, but the upcoming work is so exciting. Financially, the report includes multiple mitigation strategies that have been shared, but the key is an evolving and adapting mindset. We are connected to one of the most entrepreneurial and resilient populations in Canada. We are confident the retail, commercial, and affordable housing spaces will be well inhabited. We also continue to pursue sustainable funding models for ongoing operations of Africa Centre, regardless of our address. The capital strategy, we do bring experience securing, managing, and reporting on funding at all levels of government. It is a diverse and strong strategy which covers housing, infrastructure, social integration, and equity-based investments. We also target investments in youth, seniors, women, gender equality, and Black, Caribbean, and African communities where systemic barriers persist and ongoing funding is required. With a secured parcel of land valued at nearly $2 million, the city's commitment is clear. This positions us strongly for housing grants, facility funding, and supports for inclusive community-led development. There are also commitments to the city, to the community, and to the African descendant peoples here in Edmonton. Personally, I drive by the site often. The library looks strong and nice and beautiful, but the fields do look empty. We will fill those fields with sports games, with offices, dance floors, restaurants, housing, and so much more. We're also excited to share this land with both the library and the future fire station. We are taking this piece of empty land and turning it into something that also gives back to the community, the Athlone community, the African community, and the Edmonton community. The current land sale agreement has been reviewed by the committee, by our legal teams, and by subject matter experts. There are about 10 major conditions that must be met by defined timelines. Key conditions I want to highlight include city-approved community engagement and events plans and the public benefit agreement. The public benefit agreement will be reported on for over a decade after completion, and the capital project subcommittees will begin drafting this work immediately once they are formed. We are experienced, committed, and well positioned to lead this project for all descendants of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Salman Yameogo. Please go ahead.
On October 28, 2025, something important happened in Edmonton. It was election day. And then I will say it wasn't my community election day. It was election day to elect city mayor and 12 city councilors. After days of campaigning, engagement, hard work, not sleeping, Edmonton elected Honorable Andrew Knack and 12 other city councilors. I congratulate you all. I haven't got a chance to congratulate you individually. But what I wanted to say here is you all here represent all of us, our diversity and in our differences. You may be asking why he's talking about that. I'm glad that you asked. Today, we are back here to City Council to talk about this important piece for African communities, Black people. And then at number one, why I'm talking about this is our diversity and differences are our strength, not weaknesses. Number two, we represent all of us, as you represent all Edmonton. As a community, has a body, each part make the entire body work. When you decide today, that's my number three, element, you will be making a decision that will impact a community, our people, in our differences and our diversity. And then when you decide today, you will be marking history. There are times when decisions leave legacy, blueprint, transform crescent into boulevard. Decision made with not all the knowledge, with not all the pieces, but with hope, with trust, with legacy. And to talk about trust, talk about legacy, to talk about hope, legacy, is what Edmonton is. Edmonton is functioning based on hope, based on trust, based on legacy. And today, your decision will be leaving blueprint. It's up to you to decide to leave that blueprint in our community, for our community, but beyond our community, our diversity, for all Edmonton. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Gregory Davis. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, City Councilors. Good to meet you guys. I'd like to say I very much appreciate seeing you guys here and taking note of who's taking the time to come and have this conversation with us this morning. My name is Greg Davis. I was one of the 3 team leads on the community town hall engagement that happened. That was one of the generated report that helped with the underlying business case for the AMCC. I will say that my words here today are do not reflect the opinions of NECA and Mr. Collins, who are not here, and I also do not speak for Sonorum. I'm speaking as Greg Davis. Just that's on the record. The reason I joined on the town hall project is I do believe that there's a space in the city for this particular facility. The proposed building has the ability to fulfill a need for a social prescription within the Black community. It also has the ability to generate economic impact and also to develop a sense of cultural pride. As we work towards moving forward with this, and I'm going to assume that this is going to be voted on today, so I'm going to speak pretty positive on it. We hope that this will become a catalyst for the Black community in Edmonton to come together, to work together, to understand our differences, appreciate our differences, and be stronger as one group. Yes, there's still a lot of things that need to be done. As I laid out last year when I was here in committee, I did mention things about community engagement, working to refine the business case more. And I'm glad to see that work has been done on that front since I was last year in City Council. But there's a lot more that, of course, needs to be done. And this land transfer will trigger a lot of those things that need to be done. I also would encourage our friends at City Administration to help with the pushing more of the communication around this to the community. That way there are no questions, there are no weird comments, and people fully understand the process that's going on. Acquiring land like this already has a proof of concept in Edmonton. The Jamaican Association of Northern Alberta, the National Black Coalition of Canada, 2 institutions that have been in the city since the 80s, both combined owned almost $3 million in property in Edmonton. And those assets allow us to really develop what we do culturally in the city and bring our communities together. And I personally hope that the AMCC, as it develops, can also have the same impact. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up, 6 is here now. Sorry, there we go. I was confused. 1 to 5, 6. There we go. Thank you, Patrick Chirira. Thank you for being here. Please go ahead.
Thank you. All protocols observed. I'm here from the Edmonton African Fellowship, Seventh-day Adventist Church.
Excellent. And do you want to just get a little closer to that microphone? It's a little tight. Thank you. just for others online.
Thank you very much for the time. I'm here from Edmonton Fellowship African Church, SDA Church. When I was coming, I was reminded that the number of city council team approved quite a number of steps since this vision started. And I just want to thank you for taking the time to do that. I would just mention a few. You approved the business case. You approved the Wellington land acquisition. You approved you have supported operating budgets. And in May of last year, you directed administration to negotiate this very agreement. As I travel around the city, around the province, around the country, I have noticed one thing, that a number of the young people from the African Caribbean Black community, they prefer what I consider as cycle of comfort, where they will be able to communicate, to share what is going through inside them. Like right now, we are dealing with cases of mental health. This project, AMCC project, will support our young people. Many of them are dying out here without sharing because they are not comfortable to share in an urban space. What do I mean by this? From the church point of view, I do deal with, day in, day out, young people who will not open up to many, but will choose whom to open to. We are saving as many as we can, and I'm here today to request that as you vote, put that in mind. We are dealing with the drugs out here, and I believe, and I know that the city is how to eliminate or to reduce this. This project will support many of our young people who will be out there disrupting what is happening. Instead, they will be having a lot of activities to do in this building. Why am I saying this? 20 years is enough. In 2006, Africa Center started this vision. My twin boys, who were born in 2008, they turned 18 years old a few days ago. They sent me here to say that 20 years is enough, because 18 years, according to them, is enough. They have been looking forward to this hack for them to be able to play basketball instead of having time out there to disrupt what is happening. I request the city councillors today, as you move to vote, you are going to, as my colleague mentioned here, you are going to inject hope to many who have been looking forward since 2013, when we identified Wellington Place as the home for this project. I hope and I trust that as you move to vote today, you will put into consideration this not as a leap of faith, but as a natural step for us to be able to support our young people. Not only young people, the seniors, they also send me to greet you and ask you to consider them as you are voting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. DJ Brenda is next up. Thank you very much for being here. Please go ahead.
Okay. Is my voice clear?
It's loud and clear.
Okay. Foremost, I would like to thank you, all of you, the Honorable Mayor of the City of Edmonton, and the Honorable Councillors of the City of Edmonton, and all attendees from Africa Center and related organizations. So it's a great opportunity to be here today to speak on behalf of the Africa Center, representing the Oromian Community Association of Northern Alberta, which is the partner and member of the Africa Center, and also one of the organizations closely working with the City of Edmonton, especially with the community development on different programs. We know the Africa Center from its germination in 2006-07 as a community, being closely working with the Africa Center during the time of Stephen Mandel. So this Africa Center is the baby project of City of Edmonton from the very beginning, when we get back to the history of the development of Africa Center. Still, when we are talking on behalf of the African Center, we are requesting the City of Edmonton to nurture the baby project of this municipal government. So saying this much as an introduction, specifically when I come back to the Africa Center is not a centralized community. It's not a center for a single community. As our colleagues previously addressed, it is the pan and hub of different communities, including over 55 countries from Africa, the Caribbean, and also Black Canadians who are here in Edmonton and around. So the Africa Center, as also addressed by my colleagues, including the executive director of the Africa Center, it has different purposes and objectives. It's multifunctional: social, cultural, educational, health, settlement, economic, recreational, wellness, and different objectives for this multicultural community. So when you are investing in establishing the African Multicultural Community Center, you are working toward the development of the City of Edmonton and also the empowerment of its citizens or peoples who are paying tax for Edmonton, and also building the country and province at the same time. So these communities of Africa are emerging communities, especially with different barriers, which specifically may seek this Pan-African Center at their hub, where they can also reap different services from these multiple services that the African Center is offering. So when we are here today requesting the City of Edmonton to decide, especially to offer or give the land, and also support with the implementation of this important project, we are requesting to rebuilding our city, building our province, and building our country, Canada, because this African population is the second fastest growing demographically when we see statistically here currently in Canada. So the decision is not impacting only this, the Black Canadians, the Africans, and the Caribbeans, but it is for the whole Canada when we see it is a Pan-African community hub or center. So your decision here today is very important for our municipal, our provincial, and our country as well. So thank you so much, and I want to wrap up here. And we were also here last year advocating and speaking with the Africa Center. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Next up is our guest online, Andrew Owusu. Please go ahead.
Hello, good morning, Mayor Nack, City and City Councilors. I'm a member of the board of the Africa Center, and I currently sit as the secretary of the board. I'm here to express my strong support for the sale of the Athlone Park site, the Africa Center, for the development of the African Multicultural Center. This is not a new idea, as Dr. Edna had spoken to. It is the result of over a decade of planning, engagement, and consistent support from multiple city councils. Edmonton's African, Caribbean, and Black communities are among the fastest growing in our city, yet they remain a cultural group without a centralized community-owned hub. This project addresses that gap while aligning directly with the city's priorities around economic development, social infrastructure, and inclusive growth. From a financial and governance perspective, this is a high impact opportunity for the city. This project is largely funded through external sources, with approximately 90% of the capital costs targeted from government and institutional partners, funding that cannot be unlocked without this land ownership. The operating model is sustainable, with projected revenues exceeding expenses, and includes diversified income streams such as the commercial leases, childcare, and programming, and as well affordable housing components that will align with the city MARR rates. And the center will reduce its reliance on grants over time through this model. Approving this land transfer is the critical next step that allows this project to move forward and access the funding needed to become a reality. Without it, this project stalls. With it, we unlock a $54 million investment into our city, delivering childcare spaces, youth and seniors programming, jobs, housing, and a vibrant cultural hub that strengthens community safety and belonging. This is an opportunity to activate underutilized land into something transformative and lasting. I urge City Council to support this land sale and help bring this vision to life for the benefit of Athlone and all of Edmonton. As was said earlier, our diversity and our differences are a source of strength. I invite you to support the creation of a true cultural home, one that reflects richness, resilience, and contributions of African, Caribbean, and Black communities. This extensive community engagement that we have already done and has taken place through town halls, focus groups, and ongoing dialogue has been thoughtful, inclusive, and deeply rooted in community voice. And I think that's important. This work has built trust and a shared vision, and we really want an opportunity to continue this shared vision as well. By approving this land sale, you allow that work to continue, to deepen, and to hopefully translate into something tangible that strengthens connection, belonging, and opportunity for generations to come. We don't want this momentum to stop. We think this is a truly pivotal moment. So I invite you to consider this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, number 9, LeVar Saul. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor Knack, Councillors Rutherford, Tang, Elliott, Salvador, fellow Edmontonians. My name is LeVar Saul, and I've been resident of our beautiful city for over 13 years. I'm here to express my strong support of this land transfer. I'm a co-founder of The Nod, a tech company here in Edmonton, focused on recirculating $100 million in the Canadian economy through 500 Black-owned businesses. In our first year, we've influenced over $2 million in trackable revenue in Edmonton, and we're increasing our measurable impact. We've locally developed a groundbreaking app available on the App and Google Play Store. Beyond this, I'm a former banker, a current business owner, and a member of Edmonton's Black Caribbean community. I'm here because we are intent on building inclusive economic infrastructure, and I'm here above all because I truly support this land transfer. To Council, I'm speaking to you because you're the ones who vote today. The city has always been here for Edmontonians, and the Nod as a tech company, we're strongly aligned and support this project's potential impact. We will use our resources to make it a success, and we're confident that we can help deliver. The big picture. Edmonton's African, Caribbean, and Black community is the second fastest growing demographic in the city. Yet, we are the only major cultural group without a centralized community hub. This is not a complaint. This is an opportunity. What you are voting on is very low risk, high potential. This transfer is not a gift. If construction does not start within 5 years, the city gets the land back for $1. And this transfer unlocks over $54 million in additional funding to be spent right here in Edmonton. This is not charity, this is fiscal responsibility. That is money invested right here in Edmonton. Conservative estimates show that over $300 million will be circulated locally from the funding that will develop this hub through various multiplier methods. So let's talk about what it delivers beyond the numbers. A 45,000 square hub, a 60-child culturally specific daycare, youth and seniors programming, small business incubation, 8 affordable housing units. Today, Africa Center serves 20,000 people a year. Within 3 years with this hub, that is over 45,000 lives you're touching. Childcare, jobs, housing, economic development. These are your priorities that this project delivers. This work has been ongoing in the chambers for over 13 years. So let's wrap it up favorably so you can move on to other more important things that I know you guys are eager to move towards too. It is rare that a project of this magnitude comes along to create real change. So the question is not, does everyone agree? The question is, how does this project move forward so the community has something to build on? Your job and our job. Your job today is to vote yes on a conditional, low-risk land transfer that unlocks $54 million and additionally over $300 million in revenue spent in Edmonton. That's it. Our job, the business community, continues after. That means come to the table, help Africa Center deliver this project. Fill the mandated seats, do the necessary hard work. So as I wrap this up, Council, you have the important opportunity to be on the right side of history here and help us move forward on this landmark project. But that's just not an opportunity, it's also your responsibility. Your vote decides whether this project lives or it stalls for another 13 years. The rest is on us, and there are people in this community ready to do the work, including me. Low risk, high return. Conditional transfer with full safeguards, tangible benefits, childcare, seniors, youth jobs, housing, all within your control. So I thank you for your time. I trust that you're going to take this moment to deliver what we hope you will.
Thank you very much. I don't know if our speaker is online. Our next one is Cormier Isidore. Oh, there you are. Sorry, then I just had the wrong order. Sorry, that's why. Okay, so you're number 10. Go ahead. Yep. Yes, there should be a button there to activate that mic, and then you should be good to go.
Okay. Your Worship and member of council and fellow community members, my name is Mireille Isidore. It's a strong French name.
All right. Mireille. There we go. Okay.
I stand before you today not just as a resident of Edmonton. I've been living here for 26 years, but as a representative of the Black Francophone Caribbean community from Haiti. We are here to discuss the AMCC project, but for me, what we are truly discussing is belonging. For those of us who navigate the world at that intersection of being Black, Francophone, and Caribbean, whom is often a complex word. The AMCC has the potential to be that home for Caribbean Black Francophone here. In my work with community rehabilitation and organizational leadership, I see the gaps every day that people fall through. When a French-speaking newcomer arrives from the Caribbean, especially from Haiti, they often face a double silence. They are often invisible in English-centric Black spaces like here, and sometimes overlooked in Eurocentric Francophone spaces like Cité Francophone. The AMCC will be a sanctuary of linguistic and cultural equity, a place where a senior can seek support in their native French or Creole Haiti language, where a youth can celebrate their Caribbean heritage, and where our professional skills are recognized without the barriers of language of origin. By supporting the AMCC, the City of Edmonton is investing in a hub that will drive economic integration, mental health wellness, and intergenerational connection. I'm here with our other colleagues to help build a center that reflects the true multicultural reality of Edmonton in 2026 and beyond. I urge the Council to ensure that the development of the AMCC moves forward. Let us ensure all together that when the doors open, every member of our community, regardless of the language they speak or the highland they come from, sees themselves reflecting in the walls. Thank you for your time and for your commitment, hopefully today, for an inclusive Edmonton.
Thank you very much. Our next guest is Tiffany Shaw. And please go ahead, 5 minutes.
Hello, thank you so much. So my name is Tiffany Shaw. I am a Métis architect with Reimagine Architects, along with the founding principal, Vivian Manask, who we've been partnered on this project together. I'm also principal of Reimagine Gathering, an Indigenous consultancy that operates as a sister company to Reimagine Architects. So both Reimagine Gathering and Reimagine Architects have been engaged to assist with the business case and the engagement study with the Africa Center. At that time, we partnered with the independent consultancy CNORM, as they engaged directly with the Caribbean, African, Francophone, South Sudanese, historical Black Canadian communities, and various youth communities in that study. We also engaged with the Athlone community directly and surrounding neighborhoods, which also include the fire station development, to understand the alignment for community needs and the growth in order to determine the development of the programs that were to be held within the center, which also includes affordable housing. We also scaled the project appropriately in tandem with the business case, and also assisted with the capital campaign strategy, which identifies operational models for revenue streams, expenses, and a balanced governance model that is reflective of strong community-owned hub that seeks vibrancy, growth, and belonging. So as an Indigenous architect, I've been a part of I'm the project architect for Métis Crossing, and I've also a part of Otsatsiwan Contemporary Art Collective, for the past 10 years, where we received a building from the city of Edmonton and leased that space now, moving into our 6th year. And I have to say, from this perspective of being Indigenous, it's an impactful experience seeing a support of other communities, seeing on what our communities can do in these spaces. And so I've really enjoyed being a part of these Africa Center conversations for a few years now, where I'm inspired by the vision they have for the Africa Multicultural Community Center. Their steadfast work has always been in the name of providing care for the diverse communities they seek and continue to serve. And many of these conversations have also been focused on ensuring nourishing growth, which is really inspiring, and also in relation to the social economic opportunities and the cultural lift. These opportunities are not also in consideration of the broader Athlone community, where the parcel of land sits itself, but also in the equitable opportunities that this has for the city of Edmonton. I also know that many organizations and individuals are watching this from a national perspective, and I'm inspired to live, I said inspired 3 times because it's true, living in a city that seeks potential growth for many people, but I think that the AMCC is focused on making sure that there's a concerted effort on not just the impact for their own diverse communities, but for the diverse communities of the city of Edmonton itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, going back online to Anthony Agbon-Kizi. Do you want to help me with your pronunciation on the last name, please?
For sure. My last name is Agbon-Kizi. Originally from West Africa, Nigeria. Good day, Mayor Knack, and city councilors. I thank you for your time. My name again is Anthony Agbon-Kizi. I am a board member and treasurer of the Africa Center. My colleagues, our friends, partners have said a lot about the many opportunities the Africa Center through the AMCC can bring to our great city of Edmonton. Opportunities that strengthen community, foster inclusion, and contribute to the city's economic and cultural vitality. I am here today to reinforce those remarks and to share an additional perspective on how we are thinking about long-term sustainability. The Africa Center continues to actively explore the development of a social enterprise model one that supports both the center and the AMCC in moving towards greater financial independence while maintaining deeply rooted in community impact. As part of this effort, we have begun launching pilot initiatives, including a community cookbook and, in the coming months, a book of African proverbs. These are more than just projects to us. They are proof points. They allow us to test ideas, build capacity, and better understand what resonates both within our community and across Edmonton. At the same time, they create opportunities for storytelling, for cultural exchange, and for amplifying African voices and traditions in a meaningful and accessible way. Looking ahead, we are continuing to identify and develop new initiatives that can be piloted and, where successful, scaled into sustainable social enterprises. Our goal is to build a model that not only generates consistent revenue support for our programs and services, but also creates pathways for entrepreneurship, skills development, and a broader community engagement. Ultimately, this work is about partnership. It is about ensuring the Africa Center can continue to serve as a hub for connection, innovation, and cultural celebration, while contributing to Edmonton's vision as an inclusive and thriving city. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. We always will sincerely appreciate the city and its support, and we look forward to a favorable outcome today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our last speaker is Vanessa C. Danjuma. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor Knack. Wait, can you hear me?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Splendid.
Yes.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council, and everyone else here today. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge all the Black leaders and community members present here today, because it is through their leadership that they continue to strengthen and uplift communities and people like us. So my name is Vanessa Danjuma, and I am proud to speak as a young member of this community and a participant in the programs at the Africa Center. When people ask me what I want to become, I often say I want to become a leader. And growing up, I heard be the head and not the tail too many times, but I never knew what that really meant and how to be there. I knew I wanted to lead, but I didn't know how to lead because no one ever showed me. At 15 years old and a newcomer to Canada, I was still trying to understand who I was and where I belonged. When I joined the Africa Center's Black Youth Leadership Program, I expected to be taught how to lead, but instead I was given something much more powerful. I was given trust, guidance, and the opportunity to lead. Through that experience, I learned that leadership is not just about a title. It's a responsibility. It's growth and making choices that positively impact others. I developed confidence, communication skills, and a stronger sense of purpose. I also gained practical skills like financial literacy, decision making, and other things that continue to shape my future. Most importantly, the Africa Center gave me something that many young people need: a sense of belonging. A place where I felt seen, supported, and understood as a Black youth and newcomer. Now, this is why the AMMC matters. The proposed development is more than just a piece of land. It is an investment in youth, in the community, and in the long-term well-being of our city. It will create a stable and dedicated space where programs like the one that impacted me can continue to grow and reach even more young people. Without spaces like this, many youth risk feeling disconnected or unsupported, especially those navigating new environments or challenges. That lack of connection can have lasting impacts, not just on individuals, but on the broader community. Supporting this project means creating opportunities for young people to build confidence, develop skills, and contribute positively to Edmonton and to the future of Edmonton. As a young person who has directly benefited from these programs, I stand here as an example of what this investment can make possible. I respectfully urge the committee to support this item. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all of our speakers today for coming in. Now we'll move on to questions of our speakers. This is selected by Councillor Tang, so please go ahead.
Wonderful. Well, thank all of you for being here. I think some of you I haven't seen last year, so if it's your first time, it's wonderful to hear your voice. You know, I think many of you have talked about 20 years, 13 years, you know, and we can't wait for another 20 years. So I think you're right, and I think it was LeVar, you kind of, you know, said it, that we're not here to debate whether or not this is the right thing to do. It's like, what is the next step, and what are some of the conditions we need to put in place to ensure it moves forward successfully. There are some risks highlighted in the report, so I'll be asking the African Center folks about that. But maybe I'll start with some of the non-Africa Center folks, if that's okay. DJ, you have said that you are requesting city supporting the implementation of this project. Beyond the decision today, how do you envision, what does that look like to you for city supporting the implementation of this moving forward?
You want me to continue?
Do you, like, when you say you want the city to support it, you know, we have supported, you know, the land sale, you know, to getting up to this point. Do you have any thoughts on how do we further support it?
Yeah, I think the city, the municipal government, the land and resources in Edmonton are at the end of the city of Edmonton, and the Africa Center is representing almost, as we addressed earlier, over 55 African communities, and also the Caribbeans and the Black descended communities. So I think the purpose of, depending on the purpose of the project, considering the objective of the project, the city can invest on supporting this project, because the objective helps a lot of Edmontonians.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Support a lot of Edmontonians.
Okay, thank you. Nora, I'll just come to you for that governance question then. So the Capital Committee is struck up.
The AMCC Capital Committee, yes, it has been.
And then city has a seat on that.
City will have a seat on the Africa Center, on the governance for the long term.
Okay.
Right now, there's subcommittees that have to be built where the city has always been supportive, but the seat for the board will be in part of the broader. So when AMCC is, right now we're in the build and we got to find $54 million. Once we're built and active and running, that board will have a space for the city, for tenants, for the Athlone community, for African community members, and will be 51% AMC, Africa Center board.
There's a lot of acronyms, I get it.
Yeah.
You also talked about the public amenities. Can you just talk a little bit more about what that looks like? It's long-term, I think you said 10 years.
Yeah, the public benefit agreement, it hasn't been finalized, but it will have to be, I think, over 10 years.
Over 10 years.
It will also have to be reported on annually, and the goal of it will be to give ongoing access to African, Black, and Caribbean nonprofit organizations to the entire project. So that includes the outside, the inside, the spaces, the retail and businesses will all be heavily connected to those groups.
So all that will be kind of in that agreement, will be laid out. Okay. Tiffany, can I just clarify, are you the architect that's going to be designing the building?
That agreement hasn't been struck in yet, but we're working with Sam Obo to make sure that this project is steered in the right direction for how the project needs to be seen.
Okay.
The way that has been talked about for years.
So with Reimagine, you worked on the strategy that's in attachment 5, is that right? Okay.
Yes, and the business case.
Okay, great. I'll probably come around for another round with some questions to Abdoulaye and Edna. so just bear with me. LeVar, I appreciate you mentioned that after this step, the business community will also step up. Are you planning to join the subcommittee, for example, or how do you plan to get the business community to step up?
I definitely will express interest and follow the process to get on the subcommittee, and also to rally other business owners that I know, people that I'm confident that are doing really good, accountable work, to see that this project is delivered in the best interest of all Edmontonians.
Yeah, and not just business community. I imagine lots of all members here.
Exactly.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one question. I guess this could be for anyone from the delegation with the African Center. How many citizens do you anticipate or do you can aid in the community with the center moving ahead?
So we are seeing over the next 3 years increasing from 20,000 individuals to 45,000.
Okay, and that's all I have for my questions because my colleague asked a couple, but thank you kindly.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thanks to everyone for being here. I know it's been a journey. So just a few clarifying questions. Also along the lines of risk and mitigation strategies. I was looking for just a little bit more information on the Capital Renewal Fund. I'm not sure who would be in the best position to answer this one, but just some of the steps being taken. It sounds like there's an intention to have an unrestricted reserve, just taking that proactive approach. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
If it's specific, like to the PPRA, like the city's reserve fund?
So it would be just like long-term capital needs, so repairs, upgrades for the building.
Yeah.
That's the piece that I was just looking for a little more info on.
So the operations and we plan that the expenditures are just $100,000 less than the revenue. So there is revenue intended to come in through the space. As much as it'll be a community gathering, there will be rent. Africa Center will pay the rent. There will be about 3 major tenants. Out of those, there's going to be a 10 to 15% administrative fee. For the beginning part of the project, Africa Center will not be charging AMCC any admin. AMCC will basically have those savings, and then they'll continue on with that. So the year-to-year revenue, as well as parts of the grants, we're going to apply for things like ongoing capital supports, because we know we need to maintain for 25 to 40 years. Our goal is going to be towards that 40 to 50 years to continuously maintain. So it'll come through the grants, it'll come through operations, it will come through fundraising. We have a great connection to people in the community through our gala and our soccer tournament. We're going to turn those more into opportunities to continue to fundraise and get our voices out there, as well as ride the wave after the campaign for the capital, for the $54 million. We will continue to advocate really hard for funding and those kinds of things. But the operations itself, from the revenue that comes in and the expenditures that are planned, we hope will balance with a slight amount higher. We also have our endowment fund with the Edmonton Community Foundation that we will continue. It already has about $100,000 in there. And we have about $500,000 of unrestricted cash reserve at the Africa Center.
Okay, that's helpful to understand. So when I'm seeing, like in the operational line, the maintenance and repairs, it would be included as contributions through that. Like I'm seeing, for example, it talks about a housing maintenance plan for the housing component to make sure that those life cycle costs and preventative maintenance are kind of accounted for at the outset. So that would be included in the bundle of maintenance and repairs, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, perfect.
And there should be incoming rent, and that supports the ongoing, like, day-to-day operations.
Okay, that's helpful for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I'm just wondering about the operations of Africa Center up until, the time that the cultural center takes place. So I'm looking at attachment 2 and the summary of the funding agreements with the city. And I noticed that there's a couple that are, coming due or expiring in the next couple of years. And And I'm just wondering, are you still going to be relying on that to continue operations of the Africa Center until the new center opens?
We do see the city as an ongoing partner for the Africa Center from its inception to ongoing and in the future. We don't know exactly what that looks like for which grants are available and whatnot, but we do hope that the city remains our backbone and our support as we continue to work through this. We have expanded our income in the last 2 years extensively by other grants, administrative fees, being the fiscal agent for multiple big funds and taking administrative fees off of that. So we've increased, but we do really want the city to continue to support us and hope that that will happen.
Okay. So I just wanted to just clarify that was sort of your intent. I do have some other questions, but I'll let the committee members continue on. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before we go on, and just a good reminder of making sure if everyone can keep their cell phones on silent if possible, and so we can keep going there. But I know what happens. Don't worry. Council has been. It's happened at council tables here too before. So, but that was just a good opportunity as a reminder for everyone. So, Councillor Tang.
I don't know if Abdoulaye or Edna, if you want to answer. It's just in terms of your operational plan, one of the risks that was flagged in the report was that some of your rental rate might feel too high compared to some of the surrounding or other similar types of facility. Wondering if you can speak to that and how you might mitigate that.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. So regarding the rent, if I'm not mistaken, what you are referring to, so we built that based on our actual rental, plus knowing that the space we have there is small. So we topped that one up based on the space we'll be having in that new in the new MCC. So as a result, we believe that is really reasonable and even somewhat lower.
Okay, because I think just some of the examples of if I look at community league rental or some other communal kitchen rental, they all come in a lot lower. So I just want to know if those are kind of realistic numbers to. That I just want some, I guess, commentary that you feel the budget you have put together is realistic.
We believe that that would be catered for, especially with the needs that is there in the community. Some of the questions that we see, especially for space rental, come in very. We're always asked for that, which with our current space, we're unable to provide that. So when we're thinking about the MCC, those spaces will be filled. So we're looking at, this is something that we are not worried about for now, but then of course we can always adjust because there's also resource diversification that my colleagues had already spoken about. If there's, that could be a buffer, if in case those are not meeting that amount.
Okay, great, thank you. And then your capital campaign is for the 54 million. That's for to build the building. And recognizing the land title is a condition of that. There is that 7% or 3.8 million prior to the land transfer that you will have to achieve. How are you getting towards that right now and any work in the last year or so?
So we're going to focus a lot on housing grants first, Build Canada Homes, affordable housing investment from the city. So that will help us to really present those 8 units that will serve. And then we're also looking at bigger ones, the Community Enhancement Program from the province, Community Safe Spaces Fund, other rec type of grants. Okay. So we're going to push really hard. We have until I think it's a number in 2027, 2028 to finalize that 7%. And that is, we want that 7% in there to finalize the land sale, but our goal is 30 or up to 50. Okay. We're going to try really hard.
So then it sounds like you'll be prioritizing the housing piece as overall project, correct?
We're going to prioritize those grants first, just simply because I have extensive experience with AHIP and Build Canada Homes through my other work.
Yes.
And then we're going to continue other groups the capital campaign as a whole is also going to have a big section of entrepreneurship, philanthropy,
Yeah.
and donations.
Yeah. And then is the housing piece kind of envisioned as integrated into the main body of the entire building, or is that a standalone that you can kind of get that going first?
We'd have to go and re-look at exactly the design and bring the architects to the table and look at if it can be built first, but the goal is to apply for those funds first. I'm not 100% sure about actual putting up walls, what will come first.
And just so I'm clear, like you can apply for those funds without the land transfer done. Is that right?
You can, but if you do not have, if you can't prove investment, when you can prove investment, you really capitalize on the project. Like,
I mean, I feel like it's a bit of a chicken and egg. It is a difficult entry, it's a barrier to entry. So we're gonna ask you to not do the full 54, but just the 3.8. But for some of those outlets, they still kind of require that other piece to happen first.
oh, but the signed land sale agreement is
Okay.
the basis, and we'd ask maybe for a letter of support or something
Gotcha.
that says like we believe in the Africa Center in
Okay.
the future.
That's great. I'm gonna have one more question, so.
Yeah, go ahead. There's no one else on the board, so we'll just give you sort of a third round to just restart the 5.
Yeah.
Go for it.
So Greg, you came last year, and there was a few others who you had some concerns, and you kind of laid all that out very clearly. And in the past year, you felt those were, through the community engagement effort in the last year, they were fulfilled. Is that right?
From what I've seen in the reports, some of them have been, but some of them have not been.
Which ones
simply
haven't been?
Because, well, there in the town halls that we did, there were questions raised around governance, the name of the facility, concerns raised specifically from the Caribbean community and the historically Black Canadian community. But some of those concerns can't be activated on unless we have the transfer in place to trigger some of the other subcommittees that were mentioned beforehand. So work is being done, but I think one of the biggest things is working with the city on the communication aspect.
Yeah, I thought that was a very good suggestion, and certainly I'll ask administration around that. But I guess to folks from Africa Center, like, how do you envision that sort of regular report back to community, just like ongoing conversations? How do you anticipate that to happen?
We do plan for a subcommittee solely on communications, and we have an extensive, strong support from the board, with Saharla is one of our board members, and she's a very strong communicator. We also have at the Africa Center, right now we've gone through staffing changes in the last bit, but we will have communication staff that are more attached to posting on social media, sharing a little bit more information. But the subcommittee is the key, and there we're going to talk about talking points, events. We also have it mandated in the land sale to have a community engagement plan that's approved by city admin, and a community events plan, 2 separate plans. And the events plan will have lots of opportunities like town halls. I told Abdoulaye we're going to have a party on that land, like we're going to put the soccer game there next year. We have all these ideas, but those subcommittees are going to guide that work.
Okay, awesome. And Greg, I hope you participate in those subcommittees.
Well, if they'll have me, but I think and I plan to put my name in the hat for it. But I think one of the important bits of the communication bit is it's important for the city council administration to recognize here there are 2 of the 3 owners of Black-owned media here in Edmonton sitting in this panel right now.
Mm-hmm.
There's myself, that I have the largest Black talk radio show in the province, as well as I'm a publisher of 7 magazines. The Nod is represented here as well with LeVar. And of course we have Franklin with Diversity Magazine. All of us have a working relationship with the Africa Center for a number of years. And so the mechanism is there to get the stuff out to the public.
Good.
I think we just need extra support. The Africa Center needs support from the city, from city administration to make that happen.
I look forward to hearing about it in your radio program. I also just want to check in. Certainly there were some other voices that came forward last year. How have you been engaging those communities? Because if I look at attachment 7, they're all the same letters from 2024, 2025. How have you been working to broaden this support? I think you have a very strong showing today, which is excellent. But I'm interested, how are you continuing to build those bridges?
Since I came on board, Councillor Tang.
Which, by the way, congratulations.
Thank you.
Very exciting.
Thank you. So I've dedicated my first 3 months really in working closely with community members, and then, as you mentioned, I continued from where I took it over from my colleagues, those who have left, I would say my predecessors, connected with with all these people, all the community members, speaking to them, bringing the vision of the board, but also the vision of the organization and my colleagues at the operational level, telling them how engaged and intentional we are and the vision we have for all the communities. So as a result, that's why today you see an engagement and a good talk about supporting this initiative. I know there's a lot of things to be done. We are not done yet, and that is one of the options which was brought, I think, by Greg here. We'll be working around those kind of aspects. We are toward bringing everybody, and everybody agrees on that aspect of unity to build this new location for everybody. And that is our move moving forward, our next move.
Well, I think that's a good note for me to end on. Thank you.
Sounds great. Thank you. Well, thank you, everyone. Those are all of the questions for all of you, so you're welcome to go grab a seat back up in with everyone else. And thanks to everyone else for being here today. It's always wonderful to see council chambers full, and so really appreciate it. Now we're going to move on to questions of our administration. And again, this is selected by Councillor Tang. So Councillor Tang, please feel free to kick us off on the questions.
Great, thank you. Maybe I want to, so maybe I'll start with that operational plan, with just in terms of some of the numbers, but you also mentioned that there are mitigation strategies there to counter some of those potential risks. Wondering if you can elaborate.
Are you referring to like the rental rates in this scenario?
Yeah.
So just on that, through like our review of the rental rates, there are different segments of how this building would be operated. So there's a daycare component, there's affordable housing components, there are then also different operational retail streams that they would potentially put into effect. And so components of those rental rates seem adequate and reasonable based on the market conditions that we've looked at. There are some that are in excess, but through the conversations that we've had with the Africa Center, their strategies around limiting and looking at their own operational needs to reduce staffing, especially at the forefront, to ensure that they actually build up the right capacity as well.
Gives you confidence.
And to stabilize the rental rates gives us the confidence.
Yeah, okay, that's great. And then just remind me, I think we covered this last year, but when you say project start, that has very specific meaning, correct?
I think, yes, you're referring to the like the commencement date that we would have within our sale agreement.
Like we'll be expecting foundations poured.
That's right. So our typical wording that we'd have is that a proponent would be required to pour footings and foundations of their building. And so that means that they've gone through and obtained their development permit. They've also gone through and obtained a building permit. And so they're
some of those things have
quite
to
a
be
ways
in place.
along in terms of advancing the project, yes.
And then I'm wondering about how has city been involved to date? How do you plan on staying involved in supporting this project moving forward? And what are other conditions that you think we can play to ensure this project is successful?
So the city has a partnership framework with Africa Center, which lays out the principles and commitments we have and what we're working towards. And as part of that framework, there's a city liaison assigned to work with the board and the organization. So currently that's myself. So I regularly am texting and chatting and meeting with the board. I'll have a seat. I'm sure they would welcome me at the table for their many, many meetings. And so the support is essentially just an as needed right now as they're working to get things going. And then as they get, further along, it'll likely be more regular navigation that I can do for them, answering questions, connecting them. while we wouldn't be providing specific project management support for the project, if questions come up, I can always get them to the right person. And so far to date, administration has always been willing to chip in and help them with questions.
That's great, because I think we really need that for a project of this scale and magnitude to move forward. And then I guess just, you know, I was interested to hear that, you know, the community will be prioritizing some of these housing grants. So I'm assuming you'll be connecting with the housing team on those fronts as well.
They've already been connected in, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I think I do have some questions about the PPRA, because I feel like that's still kind of the outstanding question mark. But I'm mindful that perhaps we need to go into private, so I will just hold off on this for now. And unless other people have questions about it, about the PPRA, this is the Parkland Reserve. Okay, we do. So I think we may have to. I did have one more question for you, but now I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott? Just to get your microphone there.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mayor. Just had a concern, or not concern, a question regards the, so is the land established right now? Because I think I saw a number of 2.7 million. Is that the market value of the land that we're providing?
Yes, it is.
And can you just explain to me how does the city determine what the value of the land would be in matters such as this?
Yeah. So we have internal appraisers that complete an appraisal report on it, and they base it on the most comparable sales of similar property as to its highest and best use, and that's how we come to it.
Okay, thank you for that. I don't know if this, I'll find out. Are you able to provide me what is the current reserve as it stands right now, or is that a private question?
I think we'd have to look into that.
I may just have to double check on that. I feel like we had a number for you, but give me one moment.
Okay, but that'll be my last question as well, Mayor, to just have one or two in private.
Great. Well, let's get an answer to that one, and then the others. I think as we're thinking through, if there's going to be other questions when we go into private, this might be one where I might just want us to go into the bunker instead of asking the whole crowd to leave. So we can think about just setting up an additional link for our colleagues who are online, and that way even folks don't have to leave. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, did you have an answer for Councillor Elliott's one question, or is that one you'd also have to cover in private?
I still don't have it. Give me.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Sorry.
I do have one more question.
Oh, go ahead, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know on slide 8, that's the parkland replenishment. There's funding options. Or is that the extent of all the options, or these are the recommendations as it stands right now?
That is the extent of the options that we were able to determine and provide for council for consideration.
Okay, and what is the administration's position on if there's one that's, I guess, more agreeable to?
I think that might be a conversation that we might want to have in private as well. Yes.
Okay, thank you then.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. So I think most of my questions have been answered and appreciated the presentation provided by administration. I wanted to actually just follow up on the question that I was asking of speakers. So understanding that administration feels like the operational mitigations that have been outlined are acceptable and in good shape. On the mitigation plan in place for the capital renewal fund, just looking for some additional thoughts on that, and sort of the strategy that has been outlined around having the unrestricted reserve, targeted grants, housing maintenance planning, and if that's in line with expectations on our end.
To start, I would say through the conversations that we've had with the Africa Center, it's been good to see them adapt and change the budget through some of the questions that we've had as well. And so they're constantly tweaking to adapt and make the budget overall more feasible, I think, in our perspective. On the capital reserve side, it's they do have a line item, which is great. I think the real risk is just how well the facility is able to perform on its own, right? And so if the facility is performing well, they fully lease it up, and they're able to generate revenue in excess of their operating costs, then we anticipate that they'll use a portion of that revenue in order to set aside for future capital maintenance reserves. But that won't be something the city will have a real say over, and so it really does depend on their ongoing management and how they want to structure where those funds will go.
Right. But based on those conversations that we've already had and seeing it explicitly included and outlined, that's a positive sign and indicator.
Absolutely.
Yeah, great. Yeah, and I probably have a question in private. That's it for now.
I can just add, within the report, the balance in the PPRA reserve is 11.9 million, but it's projected to be 4.5 million by the end of 2026.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, thank you. Not too many questions. Again, I think some of my executive committee colleagues have thoroughly asked a lot of questions, but I did want to ask about the conditions in attachment 9 related to the soil condition, because I know that there is some contamination, that we've had to add costs to the cost of the fire hall that's going there, and there's remediation work. Are we anticipating, if there hasn't been a soil assessment condition done, that when one is done, that if there is contaminants, that will add to the overall project cost? And how will that affect the actual, like, have we looked in that as a risk?
So with any site, there is always the risk of contamination, I would say. We do know that in this area, and through studies that we've done, especially leading up towards the fire station that we're anticipating to build, that there is some contamination. The proponent, in this case the Africa Center, will need to do their own study, and then that will help to inform further information around exactly the level of contamination that may exist. Through our own internal review, though, we're hopeful, because I can't say for certain, that it won't be extensive just based on some of the information that we've seen. But there's still a possibility, and so that may impact budget, may create additional risk.
Was this area in scope, though, and maybe this is a question if somebody from IIS is on, because I know the remediation work in conjunction with the fire hall actually extended beyond the footprint of the fire hall.
I think we'll quickly check in on that. I don't have that answer for you off right now, but
If you, because I just, again, I know that did add some cost, and so I want to see this project succeed, like I'm hearing from many of my colleagues, and I don't want something like that to be.
Yes, and it's prudent for any construction project to always have budget set aside for contingencies such as contamination.
So when we've looked at this, they do have that kind of contingency built in.
They have some contingency, but there is a risk, and so it depends on the level of contamination upon further study as well.
Yeah, if I could just get an understanding, like if we have to go into private and then come back and get that answer, if you don't have it right now from IS of the scope of where they assessed, because I do know that, again, the map that I've seen is broader than the footprint of the fire hall.
For sure. Well, we're actively trying to get that answer for you right now.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Just one question from me, just on the capital reserve piece that Councillor Salvador is asking about. What have we learned that we can share with them from, I'm going to pick on the most recent example I can think of is Citadel, things that we can do to make sure that they're setting themselves up for success, and that there's not a situation that, and I know it's tough, but I'm trying to set up whoever's in these chairs 30 years from now, 50 years from now, that there's good controls in place to try to learn those lessons.
One of the most critical steps for sure is to actually budget for it and regularly set money aside. And so if the organization starts to perform better, then find ways to continue to increase that fund as a way to grow that. Leverage investments where you can in order to further grow that fund, and then make sure that you don't utilize those funds for other purposes, because at times organizations, from our experience, have run into different obstacles over an operational period, and then they'll take advantage of using certain reserves for, I guess, funding opportunities that maybe they shouldn't. And so that is a lesson learned that I do want to share publicly. It's really important to ensure that that fund is set aside for that purpose. The city can't always backstop private projects, and that does come as a question to us, but everybody's constrained from a funding and financing perspective, and so it's really, really critical that organizations pay attention to that reserve and grow it over time.
Yeah, we got a thoughtful board and a great executive director there that I'm sure is thinking about that. You know, we can offer guidance around making sure there's, you know, policy around that the organization might build into their operating procedures to ensure that they're thinking about that, and that we've got a great group there today, but if 10 years from now somebody new's there, they have some guiding documents to help inform that work.
And through our involvement in any of the committee structures that are set up, we'll be happy to support them and provide some input on specific questions at any point in time.
Wonderful. Councillor Tang?
Just to clarify on the reserve, in the presentation, I think it said 2.5, but I think in the speaker presentation, I heard 1.2-ish. Do you have a sense of?
So the 1.5 would have been the original book cost or the original acquisition cost when the city.
Sorry, no, I'm talking about essentially this capital reserve. I'm just noting the capital reserve for the organization is a bit inconsistent with what was presented.
In terms of our presentation?
Yeah, you said 2.5, but I think in the speaker presentation I heard it was about 1.2. So I just want to flag that for you just to make sure we have some consistency. I don't see the capital reserve as a condition in attachment 9. I guess Ingrid, as a city liaison, you will be working to help the organization establish that?
Yes.
Okay. I want to understand what's the next step. Assume we approve here, assume council approves. What happens next? Is it just like go forth, hopefully we transfer everything, break ground by 2033?
I don't want to speak for Africa Center, but in my conversations with them, they certainly have a work plan ready to go. I mean, they're more than ready to start tomorrow.
Okay.
And they know exactly what their next steps are in terms of what the committee needs to be talking about, which fundraising tactics need to be employed immediately. So it's basically like everyone's going from this point onwards, and they're ready.
And there's no more checkpoint back with council?
There would be one checkpoint back in 2027 when we have the public benefit agreement signed, because we are anticipating that it will be a term that is long enough that council will need to approve it for us.
I see, okay. I think one of the things that's a bit outstanding for me is, I think I asked for it last year in terms of just a letter of commitment or intent from potential funders. And I get it, without the land title, without the land transfer, it's very difficult to get, and we're kind of caught up in this cycle. So, and I heard that they would like potentially a letter of support from the city so that they can really finalize. But I'm assuming there's active conversations with funders.
Yes, Africa Center has shared with me a package of all the different email correspondence that they've had, where I can see that funders are confirming exactly what they're saying, which is this project does fit within our criteria, but we would need to see that you have site control.
Yeah.
So it does exist. Yeah.
Would you be able to kind of bring some of that back with the report back for next year?
Yep, we definitely could bring back an update on where they are with their fundraising.
Yeah, because I want to ensure that we're also, we have not just the council, but the public, community members beyond, Africa Center itself, but everyone is kind of aware what are the progress, and so where there's maybe potentially gaps, how can we further support that? Okay, thank you very much. I think that's it.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott, I think you're going to be asking a question on behalf of Councillor Parmar.
Yes, Mayor. The question would be, what are the requirements to build something that uses 25% less energy from the 2020 National Energy Reserve commitments? And where does that come from? And does this make the building more expensive?
So it generally doesn't make it overly more expensive. It's pretty cost neutral. It puts us in what they call the tier 2 of the energy system that we're using going forward. It is just to give us a specific rating that they can target that is currently in effect today. So that's where we go with the 2020 National Energy Building Code. And that's what they'd have to achieve is 25% better than that.
Okay, and I'll just find out if she has one more follow-up on that.
Just to add to that, part of the reason why we include these within some of our sale agreements is we're trying to encourage more sustainable construction that also lowers operational costs for the end user. And so it is a benefit to an organization, and we'll continue to work with the Africa Center too, depending on like if cost implications come out different than what we're expecting.
Okay, and do we include that for all buildings on City of Edmonton land?
We typically include environmental performance conditions like this through land sale agreements. So when we are selling to a private entity that's then going to construct a home, for instance, or another facility, we try to encourage this so that, again, we're trying to pave the way and help provide private sector a pathway to create more sustainable construction and better efficiency in buildings.
And I guess potentially the final question is this may be with somebody from the delegation, and the Africa Center, are they okay with this? But I don't know if that can be asked here right now, Mayor, or not.
You can ask it out loud. You can look for nodding heads, and maybe our admin might know the answer on their behalf too.
It's a yes by looks of things.
I see a lot of nodding heads in the affirmative.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'll take a motion to go into privates.
So moved.
Thank you. Please vote. Yeah.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 5-0. So we're going to do something a little different. Don't leave, anyone. You all can stay. Don't clear the room. Council and the necessary folks from administration are just going to head into the bunker, and we'll have a link for anyone online so they can join that in private. It's just there's an event, a police event going on in the city room right now, so sending a large crowd out into the city room when we've got an event going on is probably going to distract from that important event. So everyone else, hang tight. We're going to go back to the bunker. I can't tell you if we're going to be back right away. It might be very quick questions. It might be a lot. If it's looking like it'll be a lot, we'll come back just before lunch to let you know. But if it's quick, we might be able to come back and still finish before lunch, but I don't know yet. So everyone hang tight here. Council members in the room, let's head back to the bunker, please. Yeah, thanks everyone. We're just getting everyone settled back in, but if you can grab your seats, we'll. I don't think we're going to finish this before the lunch break. We're probably folks who are going to want to speak to it. It's an exciting thing, but there's probably a little work that has to happen. So we'll take the next couple of minutes to do some additional work, and then probably break for lunch, and then come back and wrap up this item. And we'll make sure everyone's had a chance to rejoin the meeting online, and we'll bring in the administrative team, so just hang on as folks from admin come in. All right, I think we've got most everyone that was here seated back in, so I think I'll use the opportunity to move the recommendation as listed in the report, and then there will be amendments, right? Or do you want to? Oh, you just want to do it as four-part? Okay.
But do we have the other one ready?
Yeah, I think there might be discussion around. Right, I'm gonna just offline for a second. Yeah, if we know, yeah, we can, so I think we need to move the recommendation, and based off the in private, there might need to be do you need a little bit of time to work on the wording? Should we just break early then?
I believe we do. We might be able to get it fairly quickly. It could also be a subsequent motion as well.
Oh, can it be subsequent, that particular piece?
I believe so.
Okay, well then let's do that as subsequent. Then that way I can move the recommendation as written in the report. And then I believe Councillor Tang might have an amendment to that, and then we'll set aside the other piece for a subsequent. Perfect. We've got an order of operations. On the floor will be the recommendation as listed, and I don't think I need to spend 2 minutes introducing it. I'll save some time for when we get to closing. And since we only have about 6 minutes left, maybe I'll go over to Councillor Tang to do an amendment.
I'll put a forward amendment to add a point 3 to this, that administration work with Africa Centre to provide an annual report until the development commencement date, which is in 2028, starting in Q2 2027 on progress of African Multicultural Community Centre with up-to-date information that includes but not limited to update on fundraising status and capital funding secured, progress on the implementation of the governance strategy, including community representation, status of new partnerships and broader community support, and updates on planned community community benefit amenities and public benefit agreement deliverables. And that's due date Q2 2027.
Thank you, and you might as well, since we have a few minutes, if you want to take some time to introduce, please go ahead.
Yeah, I think I did speak to some of this earlier during my question and answer. So my understanding is that the next step after this, if everything is approved, that there will be like an opportunity to come back for next year to talk about the public benefits agreement. And I think there's a few other outstanding pieces for me. One, is I think fundraising is very ambitious. It's a really big project, and I want to make sure that that you guys are on track. So, I would love to hear kind of the progress on that. It's something I asked for last year, something, I would love to see, but I understand why. So if land title is going to be in your name, what's the progress with that? And also, where else do you might need support? If I look at attachment 7 with the community support, it's been pretty consistent since 2024. I will continue to encourage you to broaden your base. So there's a few big groups that I was expecting to see but did not. And so I think this just kind of encourages that ongoing communication with the broader community. And so I think the governance strategy, I know you mentioned that things are set up, but they're not quite activated just yet. I think we heard some commitment from people wanting to participate. And so again, just wanted to gauge the the progress on this project that I think are important for all of us. And it's I think it's an opportunity to tell the story, to tell the progress, and I understand, Africa Center, that you are open to this, as you'll have to come back anyways. And I think at that time, because it'll be a year from commencement date, we can also evaluate at that time. But for now, this is part of what I like to see. Thank you.
Thank you. We're at 11:57, so any questions would take more than the time we have remaining. So what we'll do is we'll take our recess now. We're going to be on recess until 1:30. We'll do any questions remaining on the amendments, vote on the amendments, and then we'd have the main motion. So I know, I was hoping we could get it all done before lunch, but to our guests all here, you're welcome to come back and join us at 1:30. I also appreciate you've probably all taken off time, and so if you can't stay past lunch, you can always join in online. It's available on the City of Edmonton website, on the city's YouTube page, so you can watch those live and our discussions. But we're getting close. So if you come back, hopefully it won't be much longer after the lunch break, because I know there's some eagerness on this.
Sorry, just before we break, could I add this piece to this one, just so that we don't have to discuss subsequent motions after this?
I think no, because we might need to, I think there's discussion from folks in the room here on that amendment, and that might get then, yeah, thank you. So yes, we're on recess until 1:30, and we'll see you all then, or everyone that can make it back at that point in time. Thanks, everyone. just do a roll call. Councillor Tang, I think, will be here right away. Councillor Elliott.
Good afternoon, Mayor.
Yes, thank you. I was just trying to remember which order it went on the sheet. It's not that I didn't forget your name this time. There's Councillor Tang, Councillor Salvador is here, and Councillor Parmar is online, I believe.
Afternoon.
Good. Oh, wow. Okay. Please get well soon. We feel sorry for you, and we'll try not to make you talk ever again. Councillor Rutherford is here in this studio. What am I saying? What am I doing? Hi, Councillor Rutherford.
Hi.
Welcome. Goodness gracious. Doing well today. Councillor Wright, I see online.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling into the studio. All right, that's it. That's everyone I see here. We had an amendment on the floor. I have, I think, an amendment, a small amendment. I don't think it'll be considered friendly, so I'll formally make it to make sure there. So I think that I'll amend the amendment just to say that an annual report. So the amendment to the amendment is that, in quotes, an annual report until the development commitment date starting in second quarter 2027 be deleted and replaced with a report. Just very quickly to introduce, I just wanted to I don't like the idea of having sort of annual reports, even though I think this would only be essentially 2 reports. I think if in that 2027 report we need to get more information, I would love to use that opportunity to make a motion providing clear direction to admin. I don't want to get into for me, I'm comfortable with getting that information in this next report because it sounds like that was information administration was already going to do. I'm just thinking to sort of preempt what we would need in future years. I would much rather base that off what would come forward in this report because I might not need all of that information. I might want different information. And so that's sort of the intent of just making that amendment. So that's it for me for an introduction. Happy to take questions if there's any. Councillor Rutherford for questions? Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, just to clarify, if you amend that to a report, would it be a separate report from the report that's already coming back? So would we want to amend it to highlight, to come back with the report that's already coming back on the public benefit agreement?
That was the intent. That was,
This reads to me as a separate, like we're gonna have the public benefit report, they're gonna come, and then we're gonna have another report come, and then they also have to come to public hearing. So I'm just aware of like a lot of interfaces with council.
Yeah, I think if there's a way to make it cleanly understood that it would be coming as part of the other report already planned in Q2 2027, so maybe we delete that and replace it with the as additional information to the previously scheduled report. Is that an easy?
That works.
Perfect. That was my intent. If the assembly is okay with me restating that, just to make it as clear as possible. I heard from the councillor. Yeah, that's fair. So thank you for that. Anything else for questions?
Nope.
Okay. Any other questions on that amendment? Not seeing any. Anyone wishing to speak? No. Oh, no, there are names here. Sorry, the names have shown up. Councillor Elliott, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to support this because I like the premise behind it and the intent for it, and I think it's self-explanatory now that we've clarified from my colleague, Councillor Rutherford, in that questioning, and I'll support this 100%.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I am not on committee, but appreciate the amendment on the floor. I think it's a lot cleaner and it's a lot fairer and more equitable to the approach we have with many other things. We don't ask all of our below market sales to come back annually with a report on updates on progress, and we've already got a lot of ability within the contract that will be amendable to the city manager, including, if things are not progressing after 5 years, we can buy it back for $1. So we have put a lot of safeguards in place, And I want to be able to allow community to just do the work that they need to do the hard fundraising, to do the planning. And so we already know they have 2 checkpoints imminent of whatever this is included in this report, the public benefit and a public hearing. So they're already gonna have to do a lot of work to come back annually. You know, even if it was 1 extra report, is still more than I would like to see. And as counselors, we also have the ability to get any information from administration at any point that we would like to receive as an inquiry. So I wholeheartedly support this.
Thank you. The board got lost, so I just want to wait to make sure I didn't miss anything.
We're just adjusting the motion.
Yep, no problem.
And then we'll put it back up on the screen.
Perfect.
One moment, please.
No problem. I know it's riveting, everyone. I don't have anything to do in the short term. Councillor Tang, please go ahead.
I'll just keep it brief. I stand by my original amendment. I think the cadence of something annual, it should be things that are documented regardless. I think 2028 is a pretty critical timeline in terms of commencement project. And I want to know if we're there yet, and if not, what are the gaps that we can provide further support? And so I think that cadence is reasonable. And like I mentioned earlier, you know, come next year, if the information and there's a lot of confidence around it, you know, we can certainly reevaluate. So that's why I'm going to stand by.
Thank you very much. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 4-1. So that motion has, that amendment has been amended, and now we have that amendment still to vote on. Good, I almost forgot my order. So the amended amendment is on the floor before us. Any other questions on the amendment? Not seeing any. Oh, sorry. Yeah, there's a question. Yeah, Councillor Rutherford.
Sorry, this just doesn't look like it reflects the wording from the discussion because it just says provide a report.
Oh yeah, they'll update that. Yeah, because the wording had been changed that we just voted on, so that can be reflected in this piece here.
To come back as part of that.
Yeah, I think they're just going to update the screen.
Perfect. I just wanted to make sure we're clear on what we're voting for, and then I do have a couple questions for admin.
Sure. Why don't you ask the questions, because that'll get updated while they're doing it, and they can put it on the screen. But go ahead on any questions on the amendment. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to highlight that, you know, one of the comments on the amendment to the amendment was around like documentation. But can you walk me through? There's sort of the what comes to council and committee, and then documentation at the administrative level. And I want to be really clear with the public that there is absolutely a lot of documentation and accountability, checks and balances in the contract and in that agreement, and the communication back and forth. That maybe doesn't have to come to council, but is at the admin level.
So I'll start, and then Bart can provide some more details. So based on the motion, we would be bringing back information specifically about what Africa Centre has been doing in terms of fundraising, where they're at in terms of hitting their targets, further community engagement that they've done, if there's additional letters of support, and also at this point we'll be able to bring you the public benefit agreement. That would come back to councillor committee, and then Bart will speak to what will come to admin.
So that's not what my question was asking. Sorry, like I know what the motion is saying, but I think that I just want to correct for the record that with or without this motion on the floor, there is a lot of, you would be getting this information. It's just about whether this information would come up and rise to the council or committee level.
I would be getting this information through like board meeting minutes primarily.
Yep, but.
And it would come, yeah, it would come directly to me in
But you would have
administration.
those mechanisms
Yes, I
for
would have those
administration to be
mechanisms.
monitoring it, getting project updates.
Correct.
And in addition, through the sale agreement, because we have the different conditions in there, we would be hearing from the group, like how far they are through their progress. We'd have the community engagement component and the community engagement plan that needs to be put in place. But with the development permit condition as well, we'd really see and understand how far along they are, and so we'd have a lot of that information to see how well they're tracking with their work.
And that would include things like all of the conditions that are in there, including the governance structure and making sure that, like, let's say, how they've talked about how someone from the Athlone community would potentially be on that, like checking in that there is somebody and that they've done the outreach to try to have that representation, those kind of things.
Yeah, especially with the the liaison role that we have, and through those board meetings, let alone the minutes that were shared with, we'd be able to see where that progress is, and then can also step in and question things if we're not seeing things progress that we thought were supposed to progress at a certain point.
And ultimately, so this coming back for sure, like irregardless of this, and we can add this information to that report, that's fine for that conversation. But irregardless of this, if we were getting close to the 5-year point and they were not at the point of breaking ground or imminently, you would be coming back to council again? Or would you just start the buyback clause?
More likely than not, we would probably provide a memo to council to advise of, hey, here's
Okay.
what's happened. These are the circumstances that have arisen as to why the construction is not looking to commence. We're looking to now take this step because it is within our
And then
delegated
council could
authority.
direct if otherwise.
100%.
Yeah, okay, okay. So there's lots between now and when we get this amazing center in the city, there's lots of checks and checkpoints and communication and an ability for the Africa Center to work directly with admin, but also the ward councillor.
Yeah, absolutely. I think both on the sale agreement side, but as well as through Ingrid's role.
Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions. Anyone wishing to speak to the amendments? Not seeing. Councillor Tang, any closing comments on the amendment?
Yeah, briefly. So for those who may not be aware, I have been following this project even before I was elected. I think I first heard about it when I was working as a city planner in administration, not directly on this project, but certainly adjacent. And so this is a number of EDs before now. I think it's a really important vision for the community, and I think it's a bit of a once-in-a-generation opportunity, isn't it? And so this is why I supported the first $300,000 to redo the business case, to re-engage the community, because there has been a lot of setbacks. There was the audit on the governance, so there's COVID, which was a huge setback for everybody. And I think in order to kind of kickstart this project, there's a number of steps that's needed. But I think over and over again, through all the conversations I have heard, one of the things that have come through to me as well is that we want to see this project move forward, but we want to see it done properly, and we want to see it done with accountability. And this is why this piece is particularly important to me. I know we have administrative mechanism, and I think for a decision of this scale, I want to know, how are you progressing, and are we moving towards success? And if not, what are some of the gaps? How can we move towards it? And this is why this piece is very important to me. In fact, to me, this is the condition for me to continue to support it. I know that you all do lots of different formats of engagement, and I would love to see that support broaden or continue to broaden. I think there's been a lot of talks about investment and investors. I would like to see some concrete commitment, and I know you're very close, because I'm also wanting to see what else is missing as well. And I think for a lot of you, 10, 13, 20 years is enough. And now let's kind of get on with it, with a vision for housing, for a cultural hub, for economic development. I think you said it all in the speakers that came before. So I think the commitment is there, but I want to see the accountability there too. And so this piece is really important to me. I want to just, thank not just the leaders who are in the room today, and I know there's a lot of community members who have supported this project even outside of the room. You've been on this 20-year journey for a very long time. I want to take the moment to thank you for all those efforts. And I want to also appreciate the city administration. This is not the first time you've been working this closely with this project. Other people have kind of shared similar roles in the past. And so thank you for working very closely to kind of, I guess, free the bottlenecks, to address the concerns, and helping to move this project steadily along. So I look forward to the next step, which is next year, to see how those public benefits will come to fruition, to see the success in getting those support, those letters. And quite frankly, I hope to see this room also filled with faces who can also speak positively on this project. I think it's really important to actually get everyday people, to speak about civic issues. I remember, I think when we approved this last year, Mayor Sohi said that it is not every day you see this many Black folks in the room advocating and speaking. And I think those opportunities are important, and I hope that you will all show up again next time.
Thank you. Please vote on the amendments.
Just waiting. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 5-0. So now we've got the motion as amended. We do have a point 4 that we can add. Hopefully, this can be just a friendly amendment, just based off the conversation. So I think the amendment would be I think the clerks put it in the chat. The administration bring forward recommendations on the Parkland Purchase Reserve Account, PPRA, as part of the Public Benefit Agreement report for the African Multicultural Community Center AMCC project, as outlined in the April 22nd, 2026 Financial and Corporate Services report. Is that friendly for everyone?
Sorry, which one?
That's the part about the Parkland Purchase Reserve Account.
Oh, sure, for number 4.
Yeah.
Sorry, I can sign up.
Sure.
I was also wondering if we can make a friendly amendment to that part 3, just to indicate that's coming to committee.
This whole thing would come to committee, this whole body of work, right, I think?
Is that clear to administration?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Yeah. So, good. Everything's coming to committee. Just on that point 4, does anyone have is that friendly for that point 4? That's the Parkland piece that we talked about? Good, I'm seeing nodding heads. Okay, great. So let's just put that in as a point 4. Councillor Tang's flagged that this is all coming back to committee. I think we'll just make sure that's clear. Great. Okay, now we have the completed motion as amended. And now would be a great time. We've asked all our questions, so anyone wishing to speak to the complete motion on the floor here as amended, please click on the board if you'd like to speak to the motion on the floor. I think people are clicking. I hear clicking. Councillor Elliott, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make it short, but on the opposite side from my colleague, Councillor Tang's been watching this for a significant period of time. I know I'm on the shorter side of that, being still relatively new here in council, but I really like this. I like the benefit of it. From what I understand in my short time here, it's long overdue, and I think it's going to be a massive engagement and beneficial to the community. And I look forward to seeing this be successful, and I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you so much. Just wanted to take a moment to speak to this and want to express my deep gratitude to all the speakers who are with us today in chambers and everyone who's been part of this journey to date. I'm so pleased to support this motion today and to see this project advance forward. I think this is a really positive example of how we can support transforming underutilized land into a vital community hub that fills a critical need. The African Multicultural Community Center really does stand as a unique and as was mentioned, I think, once in a generation opportunity to deliver long-term economic, social, and cultural benefits to the community for years to come. The opportunity to establish a multi-purpose hub that is consolidated in a central location, I think is also critically important as it relates to so many things. Cultural preservation, I mentioned economic development, housing components as well, social supports and services. I'm so thrilled by the vision behind this. And reflecting on the discussion today, we heard that as conversations have evolved over time and adjustments have been made to the plan, administration feels that the operational risks have been, those risks are mitigated, there's measures in place, there's checks, there's accountability measures that are embedded in this process, and I'm seeing that as well. I'm also excited to hear that the team is ready to go on the fundraising side and seeking out those additional funding opportunities. And as was mentioned by speakers much earlier on, we know that a critical step to unlocking those opportunities is the city's land contribution and having that land act as a catalyst for this project. So really looking forward to next steps and pleased to support this today. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Parmar, using her limited voice for this important moment. Go ahead.
Hi there. I just wanted to thank all the speakers today for coming to speak at City Hall. I just wanted to, as an elected official, I really describe the role as being a community builder. And not every decision is easy, but this one is definitely on the easier side. This new hub will drive economic growth, jobs, and most importantly, community coming together to build a stronger Edmonton through partnerships and relationships aligned with this council's priorities. I want to thank everyone for their patience that have worked to get us here today. I wish you a lot of luck. This is a really highly ambitious project with some risks that I believe that the city has taken mitigation steps on. I am really happy to support this motion today.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, same here. I just wanted to thank everyone for the conversation today, for my colleagues for the work on these motions, but to the community for the great work that you're doing to advance this really important project. I think it has a huge opportunity to support so many in our community and really strengthen Edmonton as a city as a whole. So thank you so much, and look forward to supporting this when it comes to council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you so much for getting us to this point today. I think back to when we, to Councillor Elliott's point of, he's a bit shorter behind, but this parcel was actually purchased for this intent and purpose in 2015. So it has been expressly intended for this purpose for now over a decade. And so to finally be here, to finally be able to move forward and to give the Black community in Edmonton the space that they so rightfully deserve is absolutely monumentous and something to celebrate. We have so much great information to share, but I think one of the things that I want to highlight to Edmontonians that might ask why is that when we look at the statistics, we know that actually in Edmonton already we have an amazing foundation of Black ancestry that goes back to the 1700s that have built this city. But not only that, the 2022 report shows that we anticipate that Black population to be the fastest growing in Edmonton of any other demographic. we need to have that space for community gathering. I heard from sitting and listening and talking with community leaders across many of the African, Caribbean diaspora, the need for a space to come together that is theirs. Because you already have many community gathering spaces, but they feel non-permanent. They feel not the same as your own space, one that you create in a culturally appropriate way that reflects the tapestry and the richness and the beauty of the diversity of cultures that will be using that space. And I want to highlight again my full and unwavering support for this project moving forward. I am here to support in any way that I can as the lucky councillor that this happens to reside in. And I know you've heard it from many of my colleagues, and I'm sure you'll hear it from the mayor too, about how invested so many of us are on council to see this succeed, because we want this for Edmonton as a whole. This is in the benefit of Edmonton as a whole. But if there are stumbling blocks, if there's things that are coming up in any way in my capacity as the ward councillor, I can help with. I'm sure that you already know this, but I want to just put this out on public record. Myself and my office are here to serve, to help bring this forward and be able to be there at the ribbon cutting, whether I'm still on council or not, to be able to celebrate this amazing opening of this great facility in the future. So thank you for being here today. Thank you for all the voices that shared. I know it'll be ongoing work. It'll be hard work. It'll be, it won't be easy, but I know that we can go together, and sometimes going slow is more sustainable than going fast. So we might have taken a while to get here, but I know we're building a really sustainable future for this center for years and decades to come. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else before I close? All right. Well, let me close by starting to say, you did it. And I know you shouldn't actually clap. I'm not going to let you clap because that's breaking the rules. But you did it. And I know the building isn't open yet, but this is such an important day to recognize the work all of you in this room have been doing for so very long. This conversation started even before I was on council. I've been around a long time now, but it actually started about a year. Particularly this parcel of land was 2012, so about a year before I got onto council. And so it has been a journey for so many people, both in this room and outside the room, who aren't able to be here in the room, but who are probably watching online, or who will be catching up after the fact, or who you'll be sharing information with. And I just want to express our deepest thanks to all of you here, because the reason that I said you did it is that because this is your work that led to this point. And it's not to take away, administration does a great job. They always get that, and I'm going to thank them again, but you got us to this point. You persevered. There was a hiccup in the audit that we worked through, and that took place, but there have been so many people involved, and I was thinking should I start listing off names? I'm I cannot list off all the names because of not just the staff at Africa Centre, but all the board members, all the volunteers, all the community members who have been a part of this. This is your work, and you will have this parcel of land to begin the next phase of work. And that's so exciting to me. And it's just yet another reminder about the excellence of our Black community here in the city of Edmonton, and the work that you do, and how this has served as a model across really not just Canada, but really across North America, across many parts of the world. I think about how previous staff, they've gone out, I think it was our last executive director that went out to the United Nations to talk about the work that they're doing, right? And the current as well. We've got so many people who have been telling the story about what you've been doing. And I cannot wait to see the permanent space, because I know that's the next major milestone, but even just getting to this point was such a testament to the work that you've been doing. And so, take today to celebrate your work. Take today to appreciate all that has gone into this. It's so exciting to see. And you deserve all of the credit in the world to getting us here. And making sure that we have a path forward to the next piece of this. And yeah, it's exciting, just like from the council side. This has gone through numerous councils, and everyone has wanted us to get to this point, and to actually be here is what's really, really exciting. So I just want to make sure all of you realize how much your work is appreciated, how hard this has been. I know, you know, it's great. And, you know, as I see people coming in the room who now work in the mayor's office, who maybe previously worked in Africa Center, who previously did great work. There's people who previously worked there. There's people who currently work there. There's volunteers. There's family members. That's right. There's the music of celebration for this. So, yeah, I wanted to take this moment to celebrate with you and thank you. Because the next phase of work is still going to be hard. Don't get it, like, we got to raise a lot of money, we got some work to do, but here's the thing. You've been through so much adversity in all of these years. We've gone through so many challenges. I'm actually not at all worried about the next step. We got through the hard stuff. You all worked through that. This is going to be the easy thing, because now we have something to point to and say, now let's raise this money. We're going to get philanthropic businesses, community members, not just from the Black community. We're going to have Edmontonians, we're going to have Albertans, we're going to have Canadians who want to make this a reality. So can't wait. I can't wait to see that next phase, and we'll get it done as quickly as possible. It might be done after this group here is at this table. That doesn't matter, right? We're going to be there to celebrate with you when the doors open. I know the community's going to be there with you, and that's something that the broader Edmonton community is also on board with this. The last thing I'll say in my 20 seconds is that I remember earlier on, sometimes when we had these conversations, there were more diverse voices with not everyone was on board. Everyone came here today was on board because of the work you've been doing to build community across all of the communities that are represented. So thank you for your work, and cannot wait to see the next pieces. So that's it for me. Please vote, everyone.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 5-0. And that's exciting. Starting to cry slightly. I'm going to stop myself. Ooh, that's a good news. Anyway, okay, before I get too emotional, let's continue on to the next item of business. So thank you, everyone. We still have one more item of business. You're welcome to go and celebrate and cheer outside the council chambers. I can't let you do it here, but thank you very much as we go on to the next piece. So. All right, we'll bring down our staff contingent for item 7.1. All right. And I know it's exciting, so as folks are leaving, if you don't mind just keeping it, it's going to be hard to keep them quiet. They're celebrating on the way out the door, but we got a little more business to do, so we're just going to ask everyone they can't hear me. I've lost the plot. It's fine. Good news, we have extra time, so thanks, everyone. All right, last item of business. The annual reports on living wage requirements You might as well just get started. It's okay. We can hear you. It's a small enough crowd.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Sorab Sorabi, Branch Manager, Corporate Procurement and Supply Services, and we are here today to provide you with an overview of the Executive Committee report on compliance of contract services with living wage requirements, annual report. This report identifies contracted service providers who were not paying a living wage in 2025 and actions being taken to remedy that. Next slide, please. The living wage requirement was first passed in 2018 for city employees and subsequently modified in 2019 to include contracted service providers for staff working on city facilities. In 2024, administration recommended that we integrate living wage requirements into the city's sustainable procurement process instead of it being an automatic requirement for all employees of the contracted services. This recommendation aimed to remedy the unintended challenges that the blanket approach to the living wage could create for city and contractors and potentially the industry. The plan was to look at each procurement on a case-by-case basis and evaluate potential contractors on a range of social and other sustainable benefits, of which living wage is one consideration. In response, Council approved to move the living wage requirements for contract services from the internal employee policy into the broader framework of the sustainable procurement policy. And it was also stipulated in a Council-approved motion that all new procurements for contracted services must ensure paying a living wage for the staff working in the city facilities. The administration was also directed to provide an annual report on the compliance of contracted service providers with the city living wage requirements for contracted services as outlined in Council's sustainable procurement policy, including the identification of instances of non-compliance and proposed actions to remedy non-compliance within an appropriate time frame. Next slide, please. For 2025, the calculated living wage for the Edmonton region is $22.30 per hour, $30 per hour. This is a $1.45 increase from the last year, and it sits 49% higher than Alberta province minimum wage, creating a $7.3 gap. This rate is updated annually by the Edmonton Social Planning Council. It is specifically tailored to local living costs, factoring in basic expenses for a modest standard of living, subtracting taxes and accounting for public policy supports like transit and health care subsidies. It is the hourly wage needed to cover basic expenses for a modest standard of living. True compliance is determined by combining base hourly rate, annual paid hours, and employer paid benefits. It is crucial that the suppliers understand that benefits and paid time off are also factored into the base rate to determine true compliance with the policy requirements. Next slide, please. All new procurements conducted by the city will comply with the living wage requirements for contracted services. After implementing some new processes, we now ensure compliance with the policy requirements through a variety of mechanisms. Through a strategic contract management, the city collaborates with contractors to research cost drivers, seeks potential savings via contract negotiations to offset budgetary pressures, and provides enhanced training for city staff. Awarded suppliers whose market rates hover near or below the living wage must provide mandatory written attestation confirming payment before the contract award and annually thereafter. Living wage compliance metrics are also integrated into the supplier performance management program, which is required for all high-risk contracts value over $100,000 and options for other contracts as well. A supplier's rating would be influence the evaluation of future bids. Lastly, suppliers failing to meet the requirements are flagged and given an opportunity to rectify the discrepancies. If they fail, The city employs formal escalations process, contract termination, and audits to ensure compliance. In 2025, administration identified 11 contracts that remained unable to pay a living wage in 2025 without additional funding from the city, which was not available at the time. However, additional funding was approved under the fall 2025 supplemental operating budget with the expectation that in 2026, the 11 contracted service providers will pay their employees at least the rate posted at the time of funding approval. So the last living wage rate that was posted back in the time. These contracts are expiring soon, and the contracted services will be subject to living wage requirements for future procurements. For more information, please refer to private attachment 1. Thank you for your time, and now we are ready to take questions. And please note, questions related to attachment 1 needs to be answered in private.
Thank you. But before we go to questions there, we'll go to our speaker, Jen Casorso. From End Poverty Edmonton. Jen, I think, is still on the line. I see Jen. Please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Yes, I'm Jen Casorso. I'm the new managing director of End Poverty Edmonton. End Poverty Edmonton has been a part of Edmonton's civic landscape for nearly a decade, born from a bold community commitment to end poverty in a generation. And we are currently in an intentional renewal, sharpening our theory of change and repositioning as a systems change organization focused on the conditions that create and sustain poverty in this city. At the center of that renewal is affordability. We see affordability not as a cost of living problem, but as a systemic signal, one that tells us housing, wages, transportation, care, and food systems are not working for everyone. And our work is to influence the policies, practices, and resource flows that shape those conditions and to connect community intelligence with the institutional decisions that affect people's lives. We're also a member of the Alberta Living Wage Network, the organization behind the living wage calculation and at the heart of today's report. As well, the living wage policy for the city and its contracted services was an explicit action in the End Poverty Edmonton's original roadmap. EP was a key community partner in the conversations that led to council adopting and extending this policy. So we have a long-standing stake in seeing it work. I want to offer 3 considerations from a community and systems perspective, and to say at the outset that EP sees this as shared work we are generally willing to support. We also appreciate staff's key actions outlined in the report, for which I hope the following considerations reflect their ongoing expertise and efforts. The first one is that enforcement framework deserves teeth and the business case supports holding the line. The supplier performance management program expansion is the right move. Council should ensure living wage compliance is weighted meaningfully within that system, and not as a minor factor, but as a core condition of doing business with the city. It's worth looking at what other cities have built, and Toronto's Fair Wage Office has real enforcement capacity, including the ability to withhold contract award approval for non-compliant bidders, pay workers directly from contractor holdbacks, and formally disqualify repeat offenders. And Vancouver applies its requirement proportionally to larger contracts, acknowledging that the threshold and scale matter for fairness. So the city is acting similarly to these other communities. Higher wages reduce turnover, and turnover is expensive. An Alberta carpet cleaning company that raised wages 20 to 30% saw turnover drop and labor costs as a percentage of sales actually decrease. And the cleaning industry carries a turnover rate of over 200%. So contractors who pay a living wage operate well below that. And when the standard is clear and applied equally to all bidders, no contractor can undercut another by paying poverty wages. The other consideration is how contracts are designed will determine whether the policy succeeds. So the report identifies costs as a primary barrier for contractors. And before these contracts expire, it's worth asking whether affected contractors have been contacted or connected, to available support programs, and including federal workforce development funding, Canada Job Grant, provincial employer incentives. And most of these are training subsidies rather than wage subsidies, so they're a partial response. And the more durable solution is how future contracts are structured and priced. In both Toronto and Vancouver, building living wage costs into tender pricing and evaluation criteria from the start, not as a code of conduct clause, added after the fact, but scored as a requirement that shapes what the city expects to pay. As Edmonton's next generation of contracts comes forward, building living wage costs into what the city is prepared to pay is the most direct path to durable compliance. There's also a real opportunity for the city to develop a more proactive referral process for contractor support within its contract management approach. Both matter and they work really well together. The third consideration is around living wage will keep rising unless we address what drives it. And so as council thinks about the contracts, it's worth understanding what's actually moving the living wage number, because council has more influence over that than may be apparent. So Edmonton's living wage, as staff noted, rose $1.45 an hour this year or last year. The single biggest driver was transportation, up over $2,000 annually for a family of 4. And this was driven largely by the province raising the vehicle insurance rate cap for good drivers from 3.7% to 7.5%, combined with updated assumptions about what lower income workers actually pay to finance a vehicle. And shelter costs continue their steady climb. And while Edmonton's childcare costs didn't spike this year the way they did in 15 out of 21 other Alberta communities, the provincial funding model changed for toddlers and introduced structural uncertainty that is not resolved. Contractors didn't cause these pressures and cannot solve them, but yes.
Sorry, Jen, your time is up.
That's fine.
But perhaps one of us will share more time with you to finish it. I don't have the speaker board. It's not there, but I selected the item, so why don't I just pass on some of those minutes to you to finish your presentation? Go ahead.
Thank you, Karen. So contractors didn't cause the pressures and can't solve them, but council can influence them. So investments in transit, affordable housing, and advocacy for childcare affordability and other benefits are directly connected to the number of contractors that are being asked to meet. So reducing what the living wage needs to be is as important as enforcing it. So EPE believes the city serious about ending poverty cannot contract its way into it. The policy's right, the direction is right, and these 11 contracts are a real test in not how they're resolved. It's whether the next round of tenders is priced and designed to make compliance achievable from day one. So we're ready to be a partner in that work, contributing community intelligence, helping council think through the systemic connections between affordability and procurement, and supporting the broader conversation. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So Mayor's back. I'm just on my time for some questions. I guess, thank you for laying that out pretty clearly, and sounds like based on your experience with other municipalities, we're doing some of the similar measures, right? You can go off mic and just say right.
Oh. Yes, that's correct.
And then you're encouraging us to kind of think about this bigger picture around affordability. So, and I know End Poverty is a name we haven't heard in a long time. So thank you very much for coming forward to share some of this perspective that you were part of a long time ago when it was first started. I think my sense from this report too, and I'll be asking administration later, is that we essentially just to augment our contract to accommodate that wage calculation. Are you seeing like other pathways? What are other governments offering, for example, in this realm that you're aware of?
That's a great question, Councillor Tang. I think from the research that I've done and through the Living Wage Network, the biggest piece is embedding the living wage into the price that the city is willing to cover it right at the start of tendering. But I welcome staff's thoughts too.
And do you feel there's any interest in, say, the federal government in the work around living wage and supporting local governments in achieving those goals?
For EP, that's something that we want to continue to explore, sort of like what are some of the other mechanisms that encourage living wage procurement. So we don't have immediate context with the federal government around that, but that's something that we're willing to follow up on.
Okay. And then just your last piece around staying in touch with the engagement around this. I guess, how do you envision doing that? I mean, at this point, it's sort of employer and the city relations. Are you hearing anything from the community? Are you hearing anything from the business community? And I know that there was a network around this previously. I'm not sure if that's active anymore.
I'm not sure if the network is active. I think where we've re-engaged is with the Living Wage Network. I think there is definitely some curiosity as to how to increase contractors paying living wage and attract more businesses to the living wage. And to do that through talking more about what comprises the calculation. And why are some of those costs still continuing to escalate? And what are some of the other things that can be done to help reduce costs so that you might effectively see the living wage go down? Because there are other policies, benefits, incentives in place that are addressing the cost of living for people.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so looking at the overall formula or how it arrived at that calculation and the different factors. Okay, that's that. Thank you for that. That's it. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions. So now we will move on to questions of our administration. And Councillor Tang selected this, so we will begin with you. Councillor Tang, go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate the report. I may have some questions about attachment 1, only if other people do too. So can you just speak to this? I know you have some strategy around breaking big contracts into smaller ones.
Sorry, Councillor Tang, I just missed Councillor Parmar. They actually had a question for the speaker, so I can come back to you there. Sorry, my fault. No, I should have looked at the chat there. To our guest here, sorry, we actually do have one more question from Councillor Parmar, who's trying to preserve her voice, so I will ask that on her behalf. The question is, where are we here? First, just of course, the thanks for the work that you're doing at End Poverty. And are there thoughts about paying a living wage for nonprofits and charities?
Great question. Thank you, Councillor Parmar. Yes, that's a topic of conversation that has been ongoing for quite some time. And definitely one that I'm interested in convening community around. And I've been having some discussions with other community partners like the Social Impact Collective, formerly the Social Planning Council, and the Edmonton Chamber of Voluntary Organizations. And so I look forward to continuing that. I think that's actually a really important part of the ecosystem of businesses, is the nonprofit sector actually paying living wage as well.
Yeah, and I think the reason that I was wanting to talk about it is because sometimes, and I've worked in a nonprofit and charity myself, and sometimes the people that are there are in different phases of their life where they're not needing a living wage, and then it actually puts pressure on the administrators of the organization. And so I'm trying to figure out if there's a balance there for, of course, if people are working there as their living wage versus somebody who's there almost in a volunteer capacity, but is being paid a little bit to kind of balance in between a living wage and a volunteer that is paid nothing. So I'm just trying to figure out that balance in between. And I'm not sure if you're thinking about that because that's kind of the gap, is that sometimes when you don't have the funding to pay people, it gets really hard in trying to actually deliver the core mandates of that charity or not-for-profit. And so that's where I'm always trying to find a balance between living wage and purpose of social and not-for-profits and charities. So just wondering if you have any thoughts around that. It's not an easy conversation.
I can add a few thoughts or perspectives. And one is, you're right, that there is a sort of a layered kind of engagement of people being paid within nonprofit organizations that I think is a really important conversation to have. Also, folks who are receiving different types of government benefits are also restricted by how much they can earn, and that needs to be considered. Also think the type of work that people are being asked to do and needs to be considered in the conversation as well. So it's not as easy, I think, as saying a blanket sort of living wage across the board, to the points that you referenced as well.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Those are all the questions for you. Thank you very much to our guests. I appreciate that. Now we'll move on to questions of Min. I'll go back to Councillor Tang for her, and we'll give her the full 5 minutes there since I interrupted her.
So I guess I'm just wondering, like, I get there's different strategies and stuff, but it feels to me that, you know, given we approved the increase last fall, is the answer just to keep increasing our contract value? And is that sustainable?
Well, after conversations with suppliers that, as it was mentioned in the report, their salary is close to a living wage rate, we realized many of them are working with a small margin, and without the city either having the right mechanism in the contract to adjust the rates or compensate for the additional increases needed to compensate for the living wage changes, it's going to be hard for them to absorb it. So I think the answer to your question is I believe the cost will come to the city one way or the other,
right?
But it's about how we build it into the contracts, and now that's what we are focusing on before we send out those procurements out the door.
Right, and I think my question is, sure, it will always come to the city. Is it sustainable for us to adjust our budget year after year to augment that contract value in order to fulfill these criteria, right? Because that will come at the expense of other things we fund. You know, can we afford it? Is this sustainable? That was kind of what went through my mind. And I thought it was interesting what the speaker talked about in terms of looking at how we calculate the living wage. And given city funds a lot of other, they're almost like income support programs. You know, I guess, have you engaged these kinds of networks in those conversations?
Yes, we do cover those conversations, and we are also working very closely with Alberta Living Wage Network in making sure
that's the network I'm talking about.
Yes,
yeah.
We are very closely working with them. We run our maths and calculations with them, and they are actually a partner in the work that making sure our calculation is in accordance with how they land on a living wage, if that answers your question.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have concerns after this report. And then for some of the strategies you're proposing, have we tried them in previous years? I know that there's one reduction from 2024 to 2025. Did that supplier just comply, or did they figure out how to comply with the addition of city dollars, or did they simply kind of drop out of the procurement process because it was the former? Okay. And are we seeing people dropping out of the procurement process? No?
No,
okay.
we are not.
Okay, because I do wonder, you know, at some point, are we going to see less bids because less people are able to bid on these things, and therefore there's less competition, but then we may not have as many options to choose from, which then begs the question of like value for dollars, et cetera.
Yeah, we are not seeing any indication of people pulling out, but we are also monitoring the question Councillor Palmer asked about as well, that the potential impact to smaller businesses that now we want to provide opportunities for them to bid on, and how they are going to keep up with this request when we get to the procurement phase for those contracts that we know they are now currently are not paying a living wage. It could be a challenge for them, and they have communicated that as well, because at the end of the day, no matter what contracting model we use, part of the cost is going to be on the contractor, although we have the support and we have to absorb. But I believe in any contractual arrangement that we make, they still need to absorb to extent, and they will be given the opportunity to build the additional cost into their initial price. But I would say those contractor suppliers would still carry some risk. So to answer your question, yeah, I see some challenges and risk, and we need to wait and I believe navigate those situations as we get closer to the procurement. This was one of the things, Councillor, that when we initially brought a recommendation to the Council to consider the living wage as part of a broader sustainable procurement policy, not necessarily one mandatory requirement, was part of our rationale of suggesting it being one aspect of the requirements for contracts, not necessarily just a mandatory requirements. But again, we are working towards the mandate, but I agree with the rest you are flagging.
Yeah, but we made it a mandatory. Is that what?
Council motion then ask us to make it mandatory, and we are working towards that.
Because I think the speaker made a good point about, well, we can't contract our way out of poverty either. So I appreciate what you're saying, though. I think that's a good consideration. I will just leave it there.
Sure, thank you. I have a few questions that I will try to ask in public, and if you don't feel you can, then we can move into private, but I think they're okay. There's a bunch of stuff listed in attachment 1. We don't need to go through the details, all of that. What I'm curious about is, as we're going through and continuing to evaluate and continuing to go out for new procurement options as different contracts come up, maybe this ties into some of what's already been asked. I'm just trying to think about opportunities for more social enterprise, more creative solutions where they seemingly have built out models that better respond to this than maybe your typical contract with group X, who is used to doing one thing one way, and without getting into specific examples, I'm just curious if that's also some of our thinking. Are we, as contracts are maybe coming up for renewal or new procurement, are we engaging social enterprise to say, how might you be able to think about bidding on these if others are feeling that they're struggling under the conventional model?
Yeah, great question. Absolutely, Mayor. We have built a sustainable procurement menu that offers option that we add into our procurements exactly in support of that. So social enterprises, small businesses, diverse-owned businesses, to be able to get some additional scores through the procurement process or support through items that we score to get a better chance of either providing the services to the city directly or in a subcontracting capacity. And how do we engage with them? Well, we use various techniques, but the main thing come to my mind is our sustainable advisory group that we meet with them, I believe, quarterly, and that's an opportunity for us to test these ideas before we start procuring something.
Yeah.
Actually, we have End Poverty as part of our committee as well.
That's right. Yeah, I guess what I want to make sure is that I think there were some good ideas talked about of how we can try to allow smaller groups to come in. I don't think this is tied to, well, in fact, this is an example that we talked about publicly in the past. We were talking recently when we were talking about Chinatown and cleanup there, and what options might or might not exist if is it through that group that what I'm trying to think about is that, okay, we have contracts that might come up in 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 5 year, 10 year, whatever it is. We've got groups that are doing this on a smaller scale. Are they aware of, okay, if they were going to scale up, because I think some of these social enterprises could scale up if they had enough lead time to say, hey, if you wanted to put a bid on X, whatever X is, that's going to cover every main street in the city for service Y. Can you start thinking about and building out what that would look like? Because what I'm worried about is that we reach a point where procurement happens. Sometimes that's a limited timeline for procurement, and a smaller group, if they had a year's notice that contracts are coming up, might be able to start building out a plan of action of how they could quickly move if they were successful in the future bid.
Yeah, I can say specifically for contracts that are listed in the private attachment that we are not going to talk about details. We know those engagements are happening.
Okay, good.
We connect with communities, we connect with the small businesses and the groups that are active in that space to create that awareness, either through our advisory committee, we do the annual purchase with purpose event, and then I have personally engaged with some of the communities that they expressed interest about providing those services, and they are from the groups, Mayor, that you're mentioning.
Yeah, because my hope is that almost in a way might also light a bit of a fire underneath the companies that have been doing it all the time, and challenge them to think a little differently too, because I am worried about, I hear the tension on one end of the living wage piece. I'm also worried about the tension of just pretending like, well, okay, well now we're contracting all of these things and we're already doing contracts, and if they're not meeting the goals, let's maybe challenge them to know that the status quo might need to evolve with them too, if they're going to continue to be the successful proponents in future contracts. So
Absolutely. Just quickly, I want to mention we have a small group but very dedicated to this work within our branch. And every procurement, Mr. Mayor, that goes out the door these days go through the conversation on what are the opportunities to include social, indigenous, and sustainable procurement in them.
Yep.
And that group are really working hard to make sure we are doing our best to diversify our vendor portfolios and provide opportunities for businesses that are not our typical business providers.
love it. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
I don't see anyone else on the board for questions. Anyone have any questions related to the specific and private attachment? Not seeing any. Yeah, please go ahead, Councillor Tang.
What's the next step on this? Or like, will you report on the status of those 11 at the next annual report?
We'll continue to report, and then we are working towards the next procurement. The first one is expected to get out of the door in second quarter of 2026, and that contract will definitely comply with the living wage requirements in all aspects, and we will
Great.
continue reporting on it.
Okay, awesome. Okay, maybe I do want to go in private because I have some
Absolutely, we got
specific-
time, so yeah.
I am wondering about some specific ones.
Great. Let's, I'll take, you've moved to go into private?
Move to go in private, subject to sections 29.
Thank you. Please vote to go into private. Sorry, Eric. This time it's easier to clear the room.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 5-0. We'll take a moment.
We are in public.
Thank you very much. I don't think there were any other questions. There is a motion on this just to keep attachment 1 in private pursuant to sections 29, advice from officials. Councillor Tang, you selected it. Do you want to make that motion?
Sure, so moved.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Any other questions? Not seeing anyone. Anyone wishing to speak are the words I'd like to use. Councillor Stevenson to speak?
To speak, yes.
Yep, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to give a huge thank you to the team. It's been really exciting to see this program evolve over the past few years, and I'm so excited at where we've gotten to. Procurement doesn't always seem like the most exciting topic, but I think it's profoundly important in supporting a thriving and inclusive economy and using some of the levers that we have as a city to do that. I really impressed by the continued strengthening of this program, and I think looking at how this escalates in the future. Non-compliance reflecting on future procurement is a really great step to see that moving forward and showing our commitment to the program. I'm also really pleased with the work that's happening to support social enterprises and equity-deserving businesses so that they can do business with the city more easily. And wonderful to hear that ongoing commitment and work from the team. So thank you. I know that this has been a lot to work through, but want to congratulate you and thank you for this work.
Thank you. Councillor Tang to close.
No, I think Councillor Stevenson said it all.
Wonderful. Please vote. Don't unpack too much, Eric. This is it. I just don't want you to unpack everything and be like...
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 5-0. That means the only item remaining for business is notices of motion and motions without customary notice. I believe, Councillor Elliott, you have a notice of motion. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to give a notice of motion that administration prepare an unfunded capital profile for consideration as part of the 2027-2030 City Council budget deliberations to complete technical studies, concept designs, and engagement, including Indigenous engagement, for a multi-use trail from Fort Edmonton Bridge to White Mud Road.
Thank you very much. Motion has, notice has been accepted. Anyone else? Not seeing any? We are adjourned at 2:57. Thanks, everyone.